collisions that are still going to need updates from sector. So that sector program is going to continue to run for that duration. But
so
the movement
software is provided by the state.
Correct.
We use it. We
Correct.
just are agreeing to.
Yep.
I'm all good.
Share the information.
Any other questions from council? Do you have a question? Oh, okay. I don't see Jennifer's hand up. How should we treat this?
Consent.
Okay, thank you very much. Next up is Police Lieutenant Bo Ayers, here to present items A6 and A7. Is he in the room? Oh, there you go.
Hello.
Thank you, welcome.
So I have the luxury of talking about our contract with both the adult jail and the juvenile detention jail contracts.
Okay.
In 26, the adult jail is raising their bed, or excuse me, their daily bed price from $200 to $204 to $214. And this is primarily based upon the cost of health insurance.
Mm-hmm.
It's continually increasing. They expect it for the next through 2029, I believe. But for 26, it's an increase of $10 a day. As far as the juvenile detention center, they're raising their price to $200 a day, and unfortunately, I don't have a previous price, but I do know that in the last 12 years, we've only had to pay twice because we don't incarcerate juveniles that frequent.
Mm-hmm.
So that increase really is kind of
Minimal.
yeah. That's basically all I have.
Okay. Any council members have questions about either of these?
I do.
I was going to say, does Jennifer?
Yes.
Go ahead, Jennifer, you can go.
Oh, was there anybody else? I'm sorry. Was there somebody before me that was recognized?
No, go ahead.
Okay. And Jane might know a little more about this too, but can we talk a little bit about the way that insurance is contracted for the jails? And is there any kind of workaround that's coming to lessen the burden? And if that workaround does happen, will we see a decrease in fees?
Yeah, unfortunately, it's kind of become a monopolization. There's only a select few insurance agencies that are willing to take on jails just because of the huge liability and the cost related to it. So I don't see any relief in that aspect, unfortunately.
I was wasn't there talk about, and Jane, what do you know about this, about Peninsula Community Health Services? They don't have the insurance. I mean, they don't have the license for it. Do you know much about this?
My understanding from talking with one of our legislative reps was that it was something that the legislature was going to try to tackle this year to modify it,
Well,
but
if it goes through committee, okay. There's nothing that's gone through committees yet. It's like they want to put it. Okay, got it. So maybe there's going to be a bill introduced. There's nothing really on the horizon. Got it. Okay.
That's my understanding.
Got it. Thanks. I think in the future, if they do have this legislation passed, which is probably 2-3 years out from implementing, if it happened this legislative cycle, that we probably wouldn't see a reduction in cost anyway.
Well, agreed. We can talk more about it offline though. Does anybody else have questions about these contracts?
I don't have
Christy?
a question, but it is just to make note, because I asked the question and I got the answer. So I think it's important to let people know. Of the $1,948,425 that's on this particular one, it is in the preliminary mid-biennium budget. That line item is already there. It falls underneath what we budgeted. And so that one, just for following along, because I had to find it, so I'll help people. It's page 21, and it's Department 73, and the budget unit is 523.6073. Just so we know it's there, it's been accounted.
Yeah, no link.
There's no direct link, but you can do a control F and you can search any of those numbers that I gave you and it will come up with every instance that's in there of those particular ones. It's an
Well,
easy way
maybe
to
you
find
can
it.
forward the email to us.
I have, it was already sent to.
Oh, was sent to everybody? Okay. Anna?
Yeah, just something I saw on many of the items today, that there's no line for the council president to sign.
Oh, I'm
There's-
sure we can get that fixed. But
Because-
yes,
All three county commissioners, the mayor and John Peace are also have a signatory line. So,
well, I'm not sure with county contracts, if typically the council president is also a signatory.
yes.
I think, okay,
The council president signs off on like our motion, but like our motion actually says
to the mayor
give the
to
mayor
sign.
the authority to execute with the terms that's discussed.
Yes,
So he signs.
yeah, he would sign. Are there any other questions? Okay, how should we treat these two items?
Consent.
Consent and consent. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Wow, we've got a lot of police action tonight.
The right kind.
Not usually a good thing.
Yeah, the right kind.
Welcome, Police Captain Aaron Elton, here to present item A8.
He looks so different in the street.
He's got a mustache too.
He
Everybody's
does.
growing mustaches.
You guys are.
Those are street clothes for you?
here today. I don't know that.
Would you mind closing that door, please?
I told them.
Just waiting by it.
Yes, but they stand in it anyway.
Okay, Captain Elton is going to review our professional services agreement with Common Streets Consulting LLC for homelessness response and property management program services.
So this is a
Thank you.
holdover. Yeah, thank you. This is a holdover from last year. It was on the schedule and we punted to here because I think it worked out. The end of the year was quite congested. So,
Yes.
yeah, I'm here to talk about and answer any questions you might have about the Common Street Agreement for 2026. It basically mimics 2025. The terms are all the same. There was one small change. It was verbiage in the insurance section that the city suggested. They looked at it, they agreed to it, and that was signed off. So the contract is, as it looks today, that's the final version of the contract. When I was planning on presenting at the end of the year, when we were on the schedule, I had asked around to every city department who has usually some interaction with Common Street to talk about, what is this a successful, viable thing we want to continue with? And it was overwhelmingly positive from every city department. So here we are to ask to just continue on with this relationship for another year.
Went through public safety too.
Yeah, and I believe you guys have had the contract now because we kicked it to, into this year for a few weeks, I imagine. So, do you have any
So I'll
questions?
take questions from council. So, Anna, go ahead.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Hey, good evening,
Good
Captain
evening.
Elton.
Yeah.
Good evening, Mr. Papa. I had a question about the consistent and ongoing site monitoring and maintenance route and schedule throughout the city. This is something I bring up every year when this contract comes before us again.
Sure.
And I was wondering if such a consistent and ongoing monitoring and maintenance route and schedule are available.
I think they optimize, so they have other clients, and Brendan might be best to talk about this, but they have other clients and they try to utilize the routes that they engage in with those other clients that are out here to also touch on the things they need to do out here. So,
Yeah, and the monitoring routes differ from week to week because sometimes we have an influx of aircraft reports. And so sometimes we do 4, 5, 6, 7 sites that are proactive. Other times we might not do any because we have such a massive report that on Cartograph and Bremerton. But yes, everywhere we go is tracked every week. So in retrospect, you can have access to it.
You get a heat map.
They have a
You're welcome.
We have a
You're
heat
welcome.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, it's a heat map.
and a bar graph. That I will say, David Buffington,
Marley.
Marley Stevens,
Bruce
Bruce
Cho.
Cho did an
Yeah.
excellent job today turning around. So we're putting together year-end reporting and we work on this. So we have-
Thank you. My second and final question is about the property management aspect of what you do, and was wondering if, perhaps not now, as we are all extremely exhausted, but at some point soon, would it be convenient for Common Street to talk to us about that?
Sure, absolutely. We could do it.
Everybody's okay with punting that, right?
We can do it
I'm
with quarterly updates.
That would be great.
Are there other questions?
Thank you.
You have a lot? Go ahead.
Yes, I'm sorry.
It's
That's
okay.
Okay, don't apologize.
And
New
then-
kid on the block.
Also, Tricia Munson's on the public.
Yes,
side.
I saw
don't know
her.
If we can kick her to that, just in case there's any questions regarding the outreach and engagement.
Uh,
She is.
Get that.
Hey, Tricia.
Hi, Dredja. Okay, go
Okay.
ahead, Christie.
So, under the fiscal group of questions. So for this one, it was pointed out that this particular contract in the approved 2026 budget is for $212,000. On page 21, and it's count 54120 for everybody following at home. So this particular item, we're now looking at it at $323 and yeah, sorry, $323,000. So an increase of $111,000 or 52% increase of what was approved. Just, we were looking at it in November.
I would ask Mike Riley to describe that, but yeah,
So I think I put in the email.
Yep.
So budget for 212.
Mhm.
And when we can find additional funds, we can fund up to that contract amount. Same agreement we had last year.
Okay,
Same way they put together. So we're looking for funding. Last we applied for, I think, some county funding. We were successful to
Mhm.
get that. If we can close that gap, we will allow for that. If not, the budget still.
okay.
thank you.
So what we would be agreeing to today is kind of lift that ceiling if funds are available, and we're going to use every possible resource we can to find those 111, but
Mhm.
that $111,000 isn't necessarily coming out of the city's budget. Just want to make sure we're on, okay. And then so with that, looking at the contract, I was looking at the hourly, and it's got like job titles and all that stuff, and I know those are just job titles. There's going to be lots of humans behind all of that. But even looking at it, the hourly that making up the total of that 300,000 is 165 hours a month. That's like less than one full-time employee. So is this actually like a group of people working a very small amount of hours per week? Is it kind of like ad hoc? Is it on call?
There is a small group of people. Any variation of that group will be out here in the city doing the stuff that he had described. And then, yes, we've actually talked about this in terms of what a city employee would cost. I think that's a longer conversation. I think it would be very difficult to stand up a city department with city employees with city benefits
God, yeah.
to do what they do. So, but yes, it is a variation of about 4 or 5 people that come into the city.
Yeah, we have 4 that are specifically respond to the city of Bremerton, and then we have a team of 9 that if they're in the area doing other projects and we need an urgent response, they can respond as well.
Okay, and so we're still looking at about 165 hours that's spent here in the city is what we're anticipating per month.
That's the estimate. Between
Okay.
all that, yeah.
I've got 2 points on this. So in the contract, when it talks about, there's 2 sections in it. The first one is section 3, subsection A, and it talks about there's a provided, however, the city reserves the right to prioritize scoped work and accelerate and or delay work tasks under this time frame. I wasn't sure if that has been exercised in the past with the other contracts. So it obviously is like guiding and scoping, and it just says the city, which I'm assuming, like, who is the city in this that would do that?
So the primary contact with Common Streets is myself.
Mhm.
So that would come from me, and it would come from me with guidance from either my boss or finance or any one of
Okay.
more than one person. But yeah, that could be scaled by myself.
Okay, so that's like going out, like actual encounters. That's that kind of scope there, not really guidance of, hey, we're having a large overarching problem. We'd like focus on like,
Yes,
okay,
it could include that.
It can.
And it could include, I guess, scaling of the budget too. Like, we're probably running up against the end of the year and coming to the full term of the contract. Maybe we need to scale back a little bit to make sure that we're underneath the budgeted amount. It could be that, or it could be actual work, specific work. I need you guys here at this site. Like you said, they respond primarily to cartograph reports, which come in from everywhere, citizens, police, other departments.
And that's on average about 25 a month. And sometimes it can be as high as 50. And so anywhere between, that's 50 mark.
Okay. And then that's all my questions, I promise.
Yeah, you can ask as many questions as you want.
That's all I got.
Yeah.
17.
And I think the thing that guides us in terms of a consultant telling that the city is having a client contact, and then everything is as directed by the city. So we're kind of materials that they say stop, we stop.
Okay.
They say
Go ahead.
Just follow-up question, the homelessness response and property management team is you plus,
Well, it's really common streets.
okay,
That's their area of expertise. So I really rely on them.
so the liaison with the city is just you?
Yeah.
Thank you.
But I'm taking applications if you're interested.
I have 3 responses to that, none of which are appropriate for public meeting.
So mine's more of a comment instead of a question. And I've seen a lot of the detailed reports that Common Streets does, and they're excellent. There's members of the community who have told me that they've never heard about what kind of work you do. And so I forwarded them some of the reports, but I want to know where the easiest place for somebody who's listening in tonight, or watching a great copy of this tomorrow, where can they find those reports? And then should they be directing any questions to you, Captain Elton, or?
They can direct questions to me in the near future. Hopefully we'll have those reports available, the ones that he's provided to council and public safety, available on our website. They're not there now, but they will be. We're trying to work through our website. Got a lot of outdated stuff on it. And I think those are the best places to look, but they can call me for sure.
And we'll have the monthlies that we send over via email, but then also the quarterlies as well.
Yeah, at this time, our office staff, when people request, they're sending them to them, but I just want an easy place for everybody to be able to look at them, see the work that you're doing. Does anybody else have questions? Jennifer?
Yeah. Hey. Okay. Can we talk a little bit about, can you remind me again about this resource, which of course I know about, but is this a resource that's available for, like, if the community had a request, let's say I have a request, I'm a community member, I don't have any extra sway, right? I'm just a community member. What's the best way for the community to request these services? Or if they have a, can you tell me about what kinds of services the community might be reaching out for Common Streets to assist with?
Again, a lot of the ways Common Street becomes involved in a site is through cartograph reporting, which is an app available to the citizens. I use it when I'm out.
Bremerton 1.
Bremerton
Yes.
1.
Okay.
Thank you. Another way is they could be referred to, a citizen might speak to the Bremerton Police Department and we could refer them to Common Street, or Common Street to them more likely.
Okay.
They have been doing a little bit more private property work, and I want to be very cautious about what that means, because we don't necessarily work for the private citizen. They're a contracted service to the city, but they do provide some guidance, and you might want to talk about that and how they interface with a private property owner who might have an encampment or an active encampment or an old encampment on their property.
Yeah, or individuals who, there's loads of compassion, but yet there's a private property impact to the situation. We've worked on a handful of those situations. Trish, I don't know if you want to share just some quick details about some of the private property work that we've done. I think, here we go.
Yeah, hi. Hey guys.
Hi.
So part of that comes down to the fact that regardless if it's private property or not, the resourcing side, everyone's entitled to resources. And so if that's the connection that we can make is to get somebody hooked up with resources or to help them walk that path to getting resources or walk through that, we absolutely would, because it wouldn't matter if they were homeless on private property or homeless on a sidewalk. They're still homeless in the city of Bremerton. When it comes to the private property side with cleanup and the property management side of things, that would be something that's directly discussed and worked through with Brendan, who's our program manager, and then obviously Elton, and then the other city departments. Sometimes it's code enforcement, sometimes it's public works, sometimes we have situations where people are high utilizers of EMS systems. And so, there's a concern for somebody's safety or adult protective services. And so sometimes we definitely coordinate those resources to be able to provide that individual with the best possible outcome. So, community members, when they do report things, sometimes we get cartograph reports that are just, I've noticed this person on, in this car in this parking lot, or concerned about them because it's so cold out. And again, we would respond to that the same way, offering resources to any individual who's not housed in the city of Bremerton.
Thank you. Does anybody else have any questions?
So just to clarify, the best way for the citizens to access this resource is to use the Bremerton One app, or to connect with the police department about concerns?
That's correct.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, how should we treat this item? Consent or general business? Consent?
I'm fine with consent.
Good, okay.
You're placing your hand on your heart about that. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, that would be consent. Thank you very much.
Very much
Thank
appreciate it.
you.
Thank you for the
Time.
work that you're doing, Dr. Milton, Mr. Perko. Thank
Appreciate
you.
it.
And my navigators, I forgot to mention that.
That's right.
Yes.
That's terrible.
We'll roll them into Mr. Perko's office.
That's right. Thank you.
Safe travels.
Yes. Thank you.
Okay, welcome. Contracts Administrator Melinda Monroe here to present item A9, Professional Services Agreement with Kitsap Humane Society for Animal Control Services and Licensing. Hi.
So this was presented at Public Safety in December. And I sent some emails today with some additional information that you may or may not have had a chance to look at yet, but I'm happy to answer any questions that anyone has. Also, Kitsap Humane Society, they are not here to join us tonight, but I think they answered a lot of questions during public safety, and they're just available, at any time if we need to follow up with any of that. Also, I have just some minor updates to the PowerPoint. So if you want to look at hard copies, which could be a real, a welcome change, I have those here, so I'm happy to pass them out.
Anybody over there?
I think I like a little old school
I'll take one.
myself. So,
Nope,
and then,
no other takers.
okay, very good. So, I have a little history here and information. Kitsap Humane Society provides animal control services across 65 peninsula and essentially for every municipality in Kitsap County. They have 5 staff to service all of Kitsap County.
Can I stop you a second? Is this going to be up on the screen, or are you just anticipating talking about it?
It's not going to be up on the screen tonight. There's just not not happening this evening.
Is this markedly different from what's in the packet?
It is not.
Okay.
Very minor changes.
Okay, great. Thank
You
you.
can either look at the packet or this has very minor changes. I have a hard copy here. I won't be putting that on the screen. So.
Okay.
So, and to give you an idea of just their capacity in 2024, KHS housed 4,100 animals. They also completed a 23-24 capital improvement project to their veterinary center. They now have large animals and livestock that they're able to serve there. And then getting into our renewal. So we've contracted with them for well over 10 years. But in the last 10 years, our average annual increase has been about 3%. If you look back, I started looking at looking at this a little more in depth as to what we did back, in the versions about 5 years prior to my experience with this contract. And we were held at a very low increase at that time. that 1.9%. And then 23 and 24, they were seeing really large operational increases, and they came in with some much higher requests. And what we did is we had 1 year at a 5%, at 8%, and then we decreased it over the following years to kind of address that. So that was really 21 through 23 through 24. 5% in 24 and 25. We just held steady there. Again, we were not able to meet their full request. And then this year, they've also had an additional high increase. And the details on that is a lot of that is related to the risk and liability for providing service from insurance companies. I would actually like to talk about some of the other data that I shared with council, because that really gets into the risk aspect of this. But they asked for a 13.5% increase, and we could not meet that. That really is a pretty high increase for any one of our contracts. And of course, we're competing across all the city for all the different programs. So that's a pretty substantial increase for one program to receive. But we were looking at ways that we could meet that in the short term and longer term. And so what we've decided to do is to propose just a modest 3.2, that's CPI for the service for this year, 1 year only. And that leaves an additional 28,000 that they're looking for from other sources. And so this is sort of their overall increase needs. They actually spread that out by municipalities. So our portion of that 13%, is just a very small portion that they actually need to meet. So we said, well, for this year, we're only going to give you 3.2, but we will only do a 1 year agreement and continue to look at your operational changes throughout the year. They are expecting some changes in June of this year to their operations, to staffing, to risk. And so right around June, I'm planning to get all of their financial reports and just looking for what actually happened. What kind of impact are they seeing from the increased risk costs? Were they able to procure, better pricing for their insurance? That's something that, sure they are out looking for, they have been looking for, and will continue. And then by fall, and then right around with our new budget period, I'm expecting really a 5-year plan for them. What's their outlook? How do they see that being spread across the municipalities in this area? And what are we seeing as far as our enforcement needs? And so I expect that, fall, so right around budget time, and we can look at, really meeting that need and that plan, I think, in a more robust way. KHS agreed to this plan. And, I think this is fits with our average 10-year increase. It's a very reasonable increase for 1 year, but I don't, any partnership to make it work well, and for many reasons. And for some of those reasons, I shared quarterly this last couple of years, they've been providing their quarterly reports and their stats. And this time I provided just an annual outlook with the last couple of years of those items, stray pickups annually, deceased animal pickups, dangerous animal response, and the changes year over year. We do still have a clause in the agreement that states that if their dangerous animal response meets a certain threshold, that we can open the contract up to changes, because it's sort of a KPI indicator that they are needing to respond at a higher level. So that's been maintained. Also, we added, they are very capable of providing livestock response. So we've added that clause in there. Happy to help us with any livestock in the streets of Bremerton. So, and with that, council, thank you so much for your time and your patience. You have any questions?
Michael.
Yeah, so I'm fine with this, and but big picture, I just there were a few things that in the presentation that made me wonder, are we talking about significant increases to the operation of running animal control in the city of Bremerton? Because when I hear about a large animal death center, is, like,
Mhm.
so, because we're a customer kind of for one thing, probably mostly cats, dogs, maybe a few, other things.
Chickens.
Not so much.
I'm not expecting an answer right now unless you have one, but that'd be great as we move forward into next year and things like that. Just making sure that these are really Bremerton's to bear. Because if it's ours to bear, I mean, we're not making money here, but
Right.
then it's our responsibility. But
Yeah.
but that's the only thing I wanted to say.
Denise?
Michael, of course, chairs public safety, and I sit on that too, and I was very impressed with the presentation. And with her forthrightness, very honest and open about the position that they find themselves in, and we could all commiserate. And I really like the way that the costs are proportionate to the use. I really like that, and I would encourage others to do the same thing. It was delightful, actually, to finally get an assurance that 100% of what we're paying for is our Bremerton animals being, controlled. So thank you, Melinda.
Cared for.
Cared for.
Anna?
Thanks. So, all through last year, I sat on public safety. So I'm gonna weigh in on that one too. And I think one of the things for us to look at is, the presenter at public safety making it really clear that at this point, it's like, the rabbit passing through the snake, all the adorable puppies that people purchased during the pandemic. Many are being rehomed. I'd also like to point out that dangerous animals, the definition is not like the pit bulls who apparently ate a Rhodesian Ridgeback down by Pendergast Park, or the little dog Raisin who was, again, according to their owner, eaten by another large dog. But it's animals who break the skin of a person. So just, because if you just went, that would, the cost would be much, much higher if it was dog eating dogs. Since it's a big bulge that's passing through the system, I think we can have cautious optimism that in years to come, the intake will go back down. And I would really like that chart.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Email to us. You should have that in your email, but you're happy to.
Oh, it's in an email?
Yeah, I did send one. I wasn't, welcome to look at that a little more. But it really is just kind of gives you volume for City of Bremerton. What I am expecting this next spring and then next fall is more, robust presentation from KHS with financials. They do have that. I think that it's a little early for that right now.
Yeah.
So we could have included that, but since we're holding the agreement to 3.2, there wasn't, it's something that I have and did look at. And as we went through this discussion, I looked at their costs. I see it. It is there. But they also mentioned that there's future changes coming. And so it's a little early to say that we're going to give you a good, long-term agreement, and this is what you're really going to need. So, in the last several years, you'll see that 23 through 24, we kind of are hitting this pattern where we keep seeing this. And so I think instead of continuing that pattern, it's best just to give it a little time, let the year roll out, get a more robust look at everything. And for you, this next fall, as we hit a budget cycle, and they think they're probably going to have a better idea of what their ongoing risk costs will be, as you mentioned, for some of those reasons that you just mentioned. So, yeah.
Anybody else on council have questions? Jennifer?
Yes. I would like to address the increase in the chicken licensing fee. I'm just kidding. Are they actually putting that money to use with regulating rogue chickens in the city of Bremerton? You said livestock. You opened that can of worms.
I did. That's a great question. You know what? I will have to ask that. I have not asked that particular question. I did ask some, actually, I did ask some questions about chickens recently. I'm afraid I don't remember the answer. It was a relatively small number that we had responses to. Like, you know, like less than 10.
Less
it was
than
relatively-
10? How many chicken
But-
licenses do we have in the city of Bremerton?
That might have been the question.
You knew I
I'm
would
trying
ask,
to
didn't you?
Yeah. I'm afraid I don't have that off the top
Why
of my head
don't
here. I will have to.
why don't we follow up on that later? Because I
Okay.
want the raw data. Because
Okay.
next, at the end of the year, when we're talking about the fees, I'm gonna need that data. So
Okay.
thank you. Thank you. I'm hardballing this issue for the rest of my time on council. Thank you.
Okay.
I have a couple questions. Can you discuss how much fees are to license a cat or a dog, which are our most common pets?
Yeah, I think those are very good questions. Our licensing fees are, I would say comparable. You know, I didn't bring that list with me. So again, I'm going to be around the 40-ish mark.
Mhm.
For a dog, they're higher if they are not
Unaltered.
Yeah,
Yeah,
unaltered. Exactly.
Mhm.
With you. And we have not addressed the any of the microchipping in our license schedule. So that's something that I think we will want to revisit in this next year and how that's going to impact their financials. What kind of benefit, you know, it's relatively small number that might give them, but everything is something. And what can they do to, you know, market that? They have rolled out a new microchip program. So you can actually, one of the issues with strays is that people are not able to identify if that animal is owned or not. And so the new microchipping program that they have is they have a self-scanner service at the outside of the building. So anybody can bring in an animal, go and scan that microchip on the animal and determine if it's owned or, you know, truly just a stray animal, you know, kind of give them some kind of an idea. So that's a new service they have that's rolling out here. I think it's not bad to give that a little time as well. So that's brand new. So, you know, let that roll out a little bit and then decide if we'd like to add that into our licensing next fall and with their, you know, updated financials. So that was something that I definitely looked at, you know, because Jamie and I talked, well, if we did, you know, what are ways we can get you closer to that 13.5%? But just in reviewing that, knowing the program is so new, I think we'll have some better numbers from them. Do they see a reduction in strays from this and maybe a reduction in costs from that program? Are they seeing any evidence of that? All of that will, I think, inform us this next year as we get.
So I guess my real question, I probably wasn't clear enough. Like if somebody in our fees say, let's pretend it's $40, okay? Do we collect the fees and then use some of that money, or do we send that directly to the Humane Society?
The Humane Society collects
Okay,
and they keep,
okay.
and that is part of their compensation.
So that's part of it. So if more people license their pets, maybe we wouldn't have such a big increase next year?
It would help. It would help. I do have that number for you. We have actually, well, that number kind of varies a little bit, but it's gone down since 2019. And for 2025, we're down again on that number, 628. So that's not a huge number of animals being licensed. So definitely, that's an area where that could be, you know, the fees could be updated slightly. They're, you know, pretty comparable across the county. But, you know, adding that microchipping in might assist folks. And then I think waiting to see if they see changes in that number next year, over the next year, or at least the next 6 months.
Okay,
Something.
all right. That sounds wonderful.
Has a
Oh, I'm sorry, Anna.
Just for the public, senior citizens can get a permanent license for their dog or cat for $12.
Thank you for bringing that up.
And just for me here. With this, thank you so much for having the conversation that you had. It was really, it gave me the warm and fuzzies that you had already had the tough conversation with the Humane Society of saying, hey, we're budgeted for a certain amount. I think what you presented in saying this is what we can offer is fantastic in that it kind of met the criteria that is under the budget amount. Page 21, thanks, Mike. With that it kind of set it for us to look at it and say, okay, we do see the vision. We see that this is going to be a continued conversation, but right now you've had all the legwork in the conversation to pave the way for that. And thank you so much because yeah, it definitely data driven. You've provided us everything, but you've also you've had that conversation before somebody else did. So I think that should be recognized.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So how should we treat this next week?
Consent.
Thank you very much.
Melinda.
Thank you, Melinda.
Okay. Next up is Operations Manager Ron Moore, here to present item A10, the Alternate Transportation Program Grant Agreement with the Washington State Transportation Improvement Board for the Rocky Point Sidewalk Project.
Good evening. Yes, I'm bringing forward an opportunity to get some sidewalks over by Crown Hill Elementary School through the TIB grant. The project is estimated at $80,903, and there's a match on this of 20%. The grant maximum is $64,722. So the city is matching $16,181.
And this did come to Public Works Committee a long time ago, December last year.
Yeah.
Anyway,
And it's updating the crosswalk at the elementary school and then bringing the crosswalk or the sidewalk curb and gutter all the way down to Marine View.
That's great.
Yep, it's a good connection. Do we have questions from the council? Anna?
District 6 gets some love. Very happy about this.
You'll be getting a lot of love this summer.
We will look forward to
800
it.
feet of sidewalk from the entrance to the park all the way down to Corbett.
Right. That was the one that's required. So very happy about that. So I just wanted to make sure that this had, because the Crown Hill Elementary School has on its website, here's some intersections and routes to look out for. And so this is covering some of those. I just wanted to make that point.
Okay, and we'll also be doing, before we go, we'll be putting out some public outreach through social media and then door knockers to all the residents. Let them know we'll be working, so if it's approved.
I think it'd be really great for your division to get some A-frame signs to just say, this project is being paid in part by this funding and that funding, because none of it's free money. And I think it's a good way to let people know that we can't do everything, but we can go after some money to do our highest priorities. I appreciate your work. You guys do a beautiful job of
And
concrete
I'm
work.
loving all the curbs and oh man, those curb cuts that have been going in.
Yep. Anybody else on council have any questions about this? Jennifer, do you have any questions about this project? Oh, how should we treat this?
Nope. Oh, I'm sorry. I'll take my hand down. Consent.
Great. Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks, Ron.
Thank you, Ron.
Welcome.
Okay, next up is Project Manager Nicotai, here to present item A11, a contract modification number 3 with SCJ Alliance for the View Ridge Elementary School Safe Routes to School project. Welcome.
Yeah.
Oh.
All right, well, I'm going to break the momentum here. I've got a presentation as usual. go. Make that a little bit bigger. Perfect. Okay. So this is a contract modification with SCJ Alliance. They are our design consultant supporting us on View Ridge Elementary Safe Routes to School project. This is the phase 1 project. So we have a second phase that'll be in front of this council shortly. So just to keep terminology clear, this is for the phase 1 project. So what are we doing? So as you know, the Bremerton School District is in the process of constructing a new View Ridge Elementary campus just south of the current campus location. This is something that we've been closely coordinating with the school district. They're moving obviously very fast. Last year, they submitted civil designs for their school site and really didn't see a good path forward with the current project that stands connecting to the existing campus, kind of with a substandard connection to the new campus. So obviously, it took us a while to pivot. We had to go through our granting agency, WashDOT, also through coordination with the school district, to say, hey, how can we kind of pivot on the scope of the project to have a direct connection to the new school, which is going to be open, as we know, in early beginning of 27. So the way that we can do that is by extending the proposed shared use path basically to 32nd Street. It's kind of hard to see in the presentation, but connecting down to the frontage on 32nd Street and basically removing the path that we were going to build on 33rd Street to the existing school, along with some spot sidewalk improvements on Sylvan and Spruce connecting to the school. So that's kind of the gist of the contract modification. So we have negotiated a contract amendment with SCJ Alliance, kind of soup to nuts, field activities, design revisions, right-of-way updates, some additional public outreach support, just over $360,000, which includes $50,000 in management reserve. On the right side of this slide, you'll see we recently received a letter of support from the Bremerton School District for this change in scope. That's important because this new scope requires us to use some of the district's property to construct this path. They're very supportive of this change in scope, obviously. This slide's kind of busy, but basically what this is saying is, from a budget perspective, this actually reduces our construction cost. When you take the additional design cost, some additional right-of-way costs, which again, that's kind of ballpark right now, it's basically a wash, potentially some net overall savings in the project budget. As you know, this project has over $4 million from the state through their Safe Routes to School program. The most significant impact with this change is going to be the delivery schedule. So obviously we had originally planned on getting this project started in construction early this year. Because these design revisions, that's going to delay us by up to about a year, potentially less. That's the redesign, that's the updated permitting, the right-of-way. And actually that puts us in a good condition to not have any overlap with the school district's construction, which was a major concern of ours as we were originally going to deliver the project. So you can see we're showing construction early 27. Potentially that could be late 26. Again, depends on how quickly we get through the permitting and redesign process. But with that, I'll stop sharing this. I am happy to answer any questions.
This did come through Public Works Committee. So, that's Michael.
When is the school targeted to open?
January of 27.
Okay. So, okay. And like on the kind of the red outline of the drawing, obviously it kind of just stops. Is that where when the school builds the school, the district builds the school, they'll be bringing sidewalks up to that point?
Correct. Yeah. So the district is part of their site plan approval process. Even though it's 32nd Street in front of that's all private district property, they are making frontage improvements, sidewalks in very poor condition. So they're going to be replacing the sidewalk along the frontage there. And then big vision is for this path to continue obviously south to get down to Sheridan and ultimately connect into the War Happy Bridge and Lower Wheaton and Lebo and all that area. So this helps us kind of further that vision. And then, we'll have some good momentum. This construction will wrap up and then we'll be able to roll right into construction phase 2, which I anticipate bringing in front of the council probably in March for a contract for that design to start.
Okay. Denise?
So exciting. And I got to give you a shout out again. Pivots are not easy. And I think you've handled this beautifully, you and the department, and working with the school district to come up with a plan. I love the way it kind of rolls into one another. This is going to have such an impact on District 2 and the kids at View Ridge. I just can't tell you. And I love the fact that we've planted those seeds. And I really believe that at some point we're going to have connectivity, through Bremerton. And of course, in District 2, it's from that bridge all the way up to Rydell. So I feel really confident with the work that y'all are doing, that we're going to see that become a reality. And I just want to say that publicly. It's been wonderful to work with you.
Anna or Rick, do you have questions, comments? Jennifer, do you have any comments on this?
No, I just always love your presentations. I want you to give me a seminar on how to do like your presentations. All right, that's it. Thank you.
Done.
It's a good project. It's for kids and price just dropped.
Yeah, I know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's doesn't happen very often.
No.
Thank you. Very nice presentation, Nick. Thank you. How should we treat this?
Consent.
Great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next up is Internal Service Manager Matt Donleycott here to present item A12, the Public Works Agreement with American West Construction LLC for the mezzanine addition for the streets,
Mouthful.
the streets office improvement project.
So good evening. Yep, I'm here to discuss the Public Works Agreement with American West Construction LLC for the mezzanine addition streets office improvement project. This remodel project is our Public Works building. It'll extend our current mezzanine and also provide a break room / office for our street staff. Currently, our streets employees are in a garage. They have no heating or cooling. It leaks in the winter. It's hot in summer. Cold one is obviously the winter, so it's much needed. So a notice inviting bids was sent out in early October to 249 contractors via the MRSC. From that, we received 38 requests for bid documents and project plans. On November 13th, the city clerk received and read aloud all the bids. 5 bids were received. American West Construction LLC was the lowest bid at $310,935.81. The engineer's estimate for this project was $340,000. Bid proposals and references were reviewed by a city evaluation panel, and American West Construction rated very highly. Their work history aligns with this project perfectly, and I've met with the owner, talked with them on the phone. I really feel like we're going to get a good product from them. The funds to complete this improvement project are included in the 25-26 approved budget. I'm available to answer any questions.
I have a question. Nobody else does. When do you anticipate this work to start, and when will it be finished, approximately?
So if council approves this next week, it'll go out for signature that following Thursday.
Mhm.
I anticipate the first or second week of February we'll start construction. And once we give notice to proceed, 120 days roughly. So I think we'll hit the June timeframe for completion.
Excellent. That's great.
Yeah.
And I know that place has needed upgrades for 25 years.
Which building is it? Is it the I know. Well, there's several buildings there.
The middle one. Yep, so where like our admin staff is located.
Yeah.
On the very, what would that be, the east side?
Where you used to pay your water bill.
Yeah.
I don't know. Do you pay a water bill?
I do.
It's the bigger.
Yes.
Bigger building
Yeah.
upstairs.
Not the auto shop, not the.
No.
Not the auto shop, not
Okay,
the utility warehouse.
All right,
Yep. the
I
main-
just was trying to get it in my
Yep.
head. Sorry.
And the break room is happening on the Christmas tree recycling side.
Yes.
I think it's unprecedented, but I think we should vote to approve humane working conditions for the street department.
It's a slippery
I-
slope.
It is, it is.
I can't believe that they've been working under these conditions for so long. Christy?
It's a real question too. So you had just talked about the budget that is in the 2025-26 budget. Looking at that with the 26 budget, is that because of the carryover that wasn't used in the 25? Because if you're just isolating the 25 portions of it, for what I've been given, the codes are for the public works project and facilities grouping. It doesn't cover it, but there's also a massively unused portion from 2025. So
There's a line item in there. Mike can probably speak more about this. It's we budgeted 500,000.
Mhm.
So there was a design portion also that was like, I think it was $70,000 or something. So that wouldn't cover it, but we haven't touched that 500. And Mike, I don't know. if you
Yeah,
wanna-
so it's gonna be.
That's what I'm thinking, yeah.
There's multiple funding sources, because we have a split between the mezzo with utility money, also with being in First Street, but the funding item is in, so in that budget, and then there's a budget. But there's carryover for prior year and then 26. And so
Yeah.
that's what you see part here.
That-
So it is budget.
I was gonna say that particular item in 2025 was like incredibly low for the amount that it was budgeted. I was like, I just think you didn't get to this being done in that portion.
We didn't. No,
Okay.
the design took a lot longer.
Okay.
Than we anticipated.
So yeah, just wanted to clarify, it's all in the budget, we're good, nobody's looking for extra.
No additional
Okay.
funds are needed.
Perfect.
Is that it? Any other questions? Jennifer, do you have questions on this? Okay, how should we treat this item? Thank you, Matt.
Thank you.
And Council President, apologies. I have a new device and the screen on it is not very receptive to my thumb. I don't know why. So it might take me a minute, but I will raise my hand and try to remember to lower it to let you know that I have questions.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome, Financial and Administrative Services Director Mike Riley, here to present item A13, collective bargaining agreement between the City of Bremerton and Teamsters, the police lieutenant and captains, Local 589.
All right, well, thank you, council. So I'm here presenting in lieu of our human resource manager's retirement at the end of the year. We tried to get this item at the last part of the year last year, but agenda was full, did not want to squeeze that on. So I'm here. This is the last agreement that council, we spent a lot of time on. Council's been briefed in the exempt session through negotiations with the police management group. This covers our lieutenants and captains in the police department. Pretty straightforward. They have a Me-Too contract that ties to the previously ratified officers BPOG contract that you approved. It's been so many years. I think either last year or the year before. So same provisions. They have a retro payment back to 2024. This goes back to 2024 forward. So in your packet, in the document that you receive, you'll see a 24 references, 25 references, about 200. I think you might have this $235,000 of that impact. The 26 impact with just the natural COLA, what's in 2026 is about $64,000. A couple other nuances I think you're aware of is they negotiated a one-to-one comp time bank that is not cash convertible within their agreement for things that are command duty assignments outside the normal operating hours, or they get called in on 2 a.m. to go to work with like K-Search or other programs. Currently they're salaried employees, they don't get compensated, but it's a one-to-one. It's not an overtime rate. It's a one-to-one. If they work an hour, they get an hour, up to 40 hours, not cash convertible, just not carry over. And it's agreed upon between the union and obviously the command, the chief, to allow for that, allow for the time to be used. So here to answer any questions, but again, I think we dove pretty deep into it in the last briefing for council.
Okay, questions? We'll start with
No,
Jennifer. Jennifer, do you have any questions on this?
She said she'd raise her hand if she.
I don't have my hand raised. Sorry, once again. I literally,
Yeah.
like, it literally takes me that long. I have to push this phone, like I'm on a phone because I have no council device. I have to
Yeah.
push it 3 or 4 times. It's a
Okay.
refurbished Amazon phone. That's why.
Okay, so you don't have any questions on this issue?
No.
Okay, great. Anybody else have questions on this?
It's good. No, we've gone through, it seems like it's a housekeeping item because it's already been taken into consideration. I mean, you were talking about this in kind of a lump together with a bunch of them in November when we were discussing the budget. So it seems like this is just housekeeping of getting the final pieces of something that's already been discussed and
In the budget,
Yeah.
we had to wait for their members to vote, and that took place in December, and we're here, and Bo's here, that was on the negotiation table. So if there's any on this, but hopefully not everything, so, housekeeping.
Okay, sounds great. How should we treat this?
Consent.
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 Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Council President,
Yes,
I know I'm requesting like a 4-minute break.
I would support that, and I never support.
Yeah.
can we make it 10 minutes to make it worthwhile?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right,
Wow.
we will reconvene at 6:25.
Since 1 o'clock.
We have. Thank you.
How do I stop recording?
Take it.
So we're coming back at 4:25.
Call the meeting back to order.
Recording paused.
Which one?
Zoom, right there.
Hmm.
Thanks.
Speaker, you're good to go.
You know what? Things are pretty garbled. I might have to leave and come back, but it sounds different now than it did before. Can you try to say something again for me?
Hello, Jennifer.
Yeah, I'm gonna leave and come back.
Okay, let's move on to item 14. Welcome Bremerton Housing Authority Executive Director Jill Stanton for a presentation on item A14, Community Partner Update and Discussion on Shelter and Homelessness. Welcome, Jill.
Morning, Jill. So we're all the partners in there.
If we can.
Yeah, is it all right?
There's a chair.
You can, I mean, if you can move chairs, if there's enough chairs to move.
Which one?
And- Oh, thank you.
There. Okay. So next up.
And then Tim Shaney, he's our Director of Business Solutions, helping us out on this project. My computer died, but his computer's still working, so we're gonna go with his computer.
That's partnership.
Okay, I just want to let you know, we didn't get these notes until just before we went into a meeting, so I don't think anybody from council has had a time to review them.
They were
So-
emailed. Is that what we're looking for?
Well, they're gonna put it up on the screen too.
But yeah,
But yeah, we got an email after in-service started, I think. Okay, go
Yeah.
ahead, please.
Could I share the screen? I don't know if I have permission.
Mm,
See if that's coming out.
there we go.
Great. So maybe before we get started, I know there's new council members, so do you know who all we are? Should we introduce ourselves? Is that helpful? Okay,
sure.
okay, so welcome, City Council, congratulations. I'm Jill Stanton, the Executive Director at the Bremerton Housing Authority.
And I'm Tim Shaney. I'm the Director of Business Solutions, but I report into Jill through the executive team at Bremerton Housing Authority.
Hello, everybody. Monica Bernard. I'm the CEO of KIPSAP Mental Health Services.
I'm Tony Ives, the Executive Director at KIPSAP Community Resources, KCR.
And I'm Joseph Crane, the Executive Director at St. Vincent de Paul here in Bremerton.
So we're going to take questions as we go through because we want to make sure we're answering your questions, but also some of the council members have been with us for a long time on this project. So we don't want to be redundant on things that they already know, but certainly if you all have questions, we want to make sure that we answer those. So I just thought we'd start with just a brief history of why these four agencies got involved with this project. So it happened a few years ago. The city was facing growing encampments in the downtown area. There was a state law at the time that required that an overnight shelter option be available before encampments could be swept. So it kind of came to a moment where different agencies and the city and the county were trying to figure out what that option was going to be. And at the time, the Salvation Army was not open for overnight, except during the winter time. So we were all part of that initial group, just looking for a shelter solution. Eventually, a couple different shelter solutions emerged, and essentially the city council preferred a hybrid model, which was something that was presented by these four organizations. And so that's how we got here. And a resolution was passed for the cities, some of the city's funding of $1.3 million to essentially go to fund that hybrid model. There was a lot of unanswered questions at the time. We did have a site at the time that we were hoping to get, and that site fell through. So the work became getting a site, that was the biggest thing, but then also doing community education and outreach, getting the model together, finding the various service providers and other food providers, all of the things that we were going to need for the shelter. So that's what we've been working on for the past 2 years. Our organizations, I think Joe's organization currently does shelter provision, Bremerton Housing Authority does not do shelter provision, but Bremerton Housing Authority is very interested in this model because of the long-term housing, the subsidized housing that we do. And we know that there was this missing piece in the ecosystem, so to speak, of housing where somebody coming out of homelessness needs somewhere to enter. And they can't necessarily enter into the Bremerton Housing Authority because even though it's subsidized housing, you really need to be able to live independently. Now that could be with services. Monica and I, our agencies, partner on different projects like this. But essentially for the Bremerton Housing Authority, the goal, our mission is that other piece, long-term permanent housing. And we want to be involved in ways that gets people to that. So, and then, I don't want to speak for my partners here, but they had, their own reasons that their agencies were very much in alignment with this hybrid model, which is why we're all working together. So let's go to the next slide. The Sheridan site is, the thing that is new since the last time we presented is that we own that site now. We have purchased it. And I wanted to just let the council know that while the hybrid shelter is an option and something we would like to do on the site, the long-term goal of the Bremerton Housing Authority, this is a very big property, is to take that site and use it for permanent housing. That is what we do. And so we also know there's a lack of that. So people coming out of the shelter will need permanent housing. The Housing Authority is a unique landlord in that we can help people who are ready for independent living access housing that they may not otherwise be able to access because maybe they don't have deposits or they don't have a rental history or they're working on their credit, things that would keep them from being successful in the private market. We can help them accomplish by coming to the Housing Authority. Of course, the long-term goal of that is that they would participate in our family self-sufficiency program if they can, and eventually go out into the private market. There will be people that never do. There will be people that will stay with Bremerton Housing Authority for their whole lives, and that's okay with us. So we provide that as well. And so that typically is somebody that is disabled or senior citizens, people that are not necessarily going into our family self-sufficiency program. So I just wanted you to understand with the background of why a housing authority would get involved in work like this.
Can I ask one question on this slide? So you say the long-term plan is to develop permanent housing as a phase 2 following the shelter. So how long do you anticipate that the shelter would be on this property?
So the shelter could be on the property at the same time as the other housing. Would it be, it's not a slide, but we have a picture that I could kind of show you this site, and it's draft form, but it's kind of what the long-term plan could look like. Would that be helpful?
Well, it was just the way that it was written. It sounded, at least the way I read it, was the shelter's going to be there for a while, and then we're going to develop housing on the piece of property that the shelter is on.
So the shelter would occupy a small portion of the property, and the housing that we would like to develop would go on the other parts of the property.
Okay, so the shelter would be there
as long as
until homelessness ends.
Well, as long as the city needs it or other plans come up. I mean, shelters are not typically forever places, and so but permanent housing is, right? And so that is our long-term goal. I want to be very clear that that is our long-term goal. We are embarking with our board on a 5-year strategic plan, and this site, along with some other things that we own and other projects, is a major part of what we're going to be strategizing how to use in the next year or so for the next 5 years. So again, I'm happy that we have this beautiful slide that kind of shows you the property if you want to see what the property looks like.
Are we talking about throwing it up on here?
Yeah, we can throw it up.
Jennifer's got her hand raised, so Jennifer, did you have a question at this point?
Oh, you know what? I do. It's not specific about this, but it is about property. And let me know if this is a good time to ask about long-term goals of property.
No.
I thought we just did.
We just did.
Okay. So just publicly, what I'd like to ask, Ms. Stanton is there any plan to do any kind of land swap with a piece of property out on Auto Center Way? I had somebody come and tell me that this was happening. And so I just want to publicly ask you if this is something that's happening with Bremerton Housing Authority.
I'm aware of what you are referring to. We were contacted by, I don't know if it was a developer. I didn't personally speak to them. They spoke to our development team. They talked about a property in that area, so I'm assuming it's the same one. And they talked to us about a land swap. We are not proposing to do that, but in addition, the Sheridan site came with some pretty strict title things from the sellers. So as you might recall, the sellers gave us a significant discount because they too wanted to see this property used in the community to help the community. So even if we were to swap or sell, whoever owns this property would be subject to those restrictions. So this site,
That's fair.
Yeah.
And so a developer would be under the restriction of having to develop it for affordable housing, which sounds like, from what I hear, is something that developer is interested in doing if it pencils out. And so I'm just curious publicly if this is something that you're entertaining or if there's any plans in the work for the land swap, which it sounds like there's been conversations and there's been meetings. And so publicly, I just wanted to ask you this.
Yeah, there's been one meeting with one of our development staff, and no, this is not something that the Housing Authority is entertaining.
Oh, okay. I was just hoping that it would be because I know that the zoning is better out towards Auto Center Way and we could expedite it faster, potentially, in a location like that rather than the Sheridan site. But if you're saying publicly that that's not something you're entertaining, then I'll take you at your word for it. Thank you. That's all.
So if you bring up that other slide. So this is kind of an outline. Again, this is just a draft to show you potentially what it could look like. And you can see that where Sheridan comes down and Wheaton comes. So the shelter is proposed kind of right there on that corner where Tim is putting the arrow. And then the housing would be really on the kind of the back end where above that hill where that slope is, there's already some residential places up there. And so those are the areas that we're looking at. We also know that the city has some plans to put a road through this site and not exactly sure where that's going to go or how it would work, but we would like to essentially work with the city using that road as a natural division, so to speak, of where the shelter might go for now and housing would go later.
So I have a question. So this is where you envision the pallet shelters. What is this?
That's just a potential other site where we could have multifamily housing.
Okay, so potentially multifamily and over here.
Potentially multifamily, or, we also are looking at senior housing. This would be something that the board will take up as part of our strategic planning, understanding what the needs are of the community that we're serving and deciding what type of housing we want to put there, which will determine what kind of grant funding we go after. So that's what I really wanted to begin with, is so that you could see the site, see what our thinking is on this site. And then we have these discussion topics that are up here. We have slides for these topics. We could present as we did the last time, or if there are specific topics here that you would like to talk about, we can jump to those topics. And if there's something that's not up here, this would be a great time to bring that up as well. That's the history.
I know you're looking at me and I appreciate that. I actually was able to meet with all four of you on my own when I was actually going through the election process, because I thought it was important to kind of get the background that you guys have known for 2 years. I didn't want to get in here on day one and be like, wait, what? Yeah. So thank you so much for the time that you guys gave me, and the resources and PowerPoints and all of that. I feel like I'm at least confident to sit in this chair today with this.
Well, I do want to make something clear. You probably knew before I knew any of that. Because there's never been until late September, a discussion with all of council about this. So we didn't all know what the plan was or even where the plan was.
I didn't know where. I will say the where was never, it was the overarching, what the vision was, what we're looking at. You know, Joe did a great presentation for me of continuum of care, of like what they're looking for, because you know, there's today's needs, they're anticipating tomorrow's needs and these things. So that was the multi-phased look at things of, you know, the shelters being phase one in that, but almost looking at that timeline of the continuum of care. It's also kind of step one too.
Okay. Denise?
I'm sorry.
Or Rick, you want to go? Go ahead.
Well, you said topics there, so the jump to the coding and design challenges. Having been on the planning commission and designated that property the way it is today, so so are you prepared to discuss that?
Yeah, I am prepared to discuss that. So, can you go to the very next slide, first of all? Okay, so on this slide, I'm not gonna read through this obviously, but a lot, as I'm sure everybody at the table knows, a lot goes into the due diligence when you both before and after you buy a property and figuring out what you can use the property for, where the utilities are and all that. That's an extensive piece of work that we have done a lot. So we've done most of the initial testing, running title reports, just various analysis, initial architectural site plans, things like that, all the due diligence that a developer would do. Most of it is either been done or is underway before you get to the point of getting a permit or applying for a permit or figuring out what kind of zoning or design change codes you might need or be asking for. So all that preliminary work is either underway or completed. So why don't we jump to the coding and design challenges? And
we don't have this, right?
You should have it in your packets.
It wasn't in the packet.
No.
It got emailed while we were in our
I've been
training.
looking for it.
I was gonna say, I don't think I was on that email.
We just got it.
at 5/7.
Okay,
5/17, we got it.
Gotcha.
You know, if you go to the bottom, there's a link. It's just a very large document that we kind of.
The subject line is community development.
Sorry, we tried to get this out yesterday. I do believe Katie got it out by 10 a.m. this morning, but we're still working on it. So I just want to say, first of all, I'm not an architect and I'm not an expert at permitting, zoning, and all those things. So I'm not going to maybe use all the right language or say all the right things. But what I want to say is we know that there's some things that would, in the zoning, that would perhaps have to change in order for us to do this plan. We also know that there's some things in the design due to some of the city ordinances that we may have to ask for deviation from for this to happen. So that's not uncommon in comparison to the previous site that we were looking at. It may be different, maybe more at this site, but it's not something that made us not purchase this site because we understand there's a public process that the council and the city would have to go through. We fully believe in those processes, and we believe we could still get there on this site. So those are the types of challenges that we are going to have before we can actually start building the hybrid shelter. So is there any specific questions you had on?
No, I mean, we have some feedback here and process is not started yet with regard to
I know.
of what.
Yes, no, we have not started. We needed to buy the property first. Yeah.
Understand.
So Denise first and then Jennifer.
I just, before we get any further, I really appreciate the kind of the history. We have a different perception of the history. And my constituents had to read about the Sheridan site in the Kitsap Sun. I know that's water under the bridge, but that can be a fatal error. And there's been no public process about this. So that concerns me greatly. I'm always one that says trust the process until I don't. And so I have to say that stopped me. And I think I don't know what we're being asked for. I truly don't. I saw the ask. We need this council, this city has been hearing Joe Crane and Tony Ives and all these presentations on the model. I was sold on the model a long time ago, okay? And now our community's sold on the model. What if it's not possible? That's where I come to, is this is great. Have we been making promises to our community that we can't keep? That's a problem for me. I don't want to raise expectations and hopes and faith and all of that and have to be the one that says, I can't afford it, So let's get to the ask. I think the context we've gone over enough because we have different contexts depending on whose perspective it was. So I need to know what you're asking for. Besides, I can't simply say I support this. I can't do that anymore. I've got to be able to say or ask questions about specifics. Okay. And I have like timeline, you're asking for a lot of permit work, a lot of zoning, there are a lot of processes that have to take. And we've got people out here that needed shelter 2 years ago. I'm incredibly frustrated over that 2 years. And so I need to know. I've been listening for 2 years on this model, and frustration after frustration, especially with my constituents. And I want to know what we can get to the ask, so this council knows what we're being asked for. Besides, I support.
So when we brought this model years ago to the city council, everybody left that meeting with every intention. I think we disclosed at that time that there was not a site identified. We had some prospects. The primary prospect fell through. This site checked a lot of boxes. It was not necessarily part of a public discussion because it was a private transaction that took us almost a year to work through with the seller. And I can appreciate what you're saying. I do.
City council on our team.
And we did have a representative from city council on the team on virtually every meeting throughout this process. How that translated and got communicated back to this council, obviously there was, that some of this did not happen, but we did keep the site confidential for a reason, because it was part of a negotiation that took a significant amount of time with the seller, much longer than we thought. But we looked at a number of other sites across this community, and we're not able to identify any other site that was going to work for these purposes. So
I need to correct something.
The meeting, the presentations, there were people in our community working with the homeless that were told about the site, but my constituents were not. So we had service providers, informal service providers, asking me about it, telling me how much they loved it. They thought it was perfect. My constituents weren't made aware of that. There's been a lack of public process. And that is that's a done deal. It's done, but there was a lack of public process, and that makes me very concerned, obviously. But again, I want to get to the ask.
Okay, well,
Yeah.
hold on a
But I
second.
think if I can respond to that, because that's a very important point. We didn't even inform our boards, I mean, fully until like the day before the Kids Up Sun article. They were aware of these discussions. They knew we were working on this, but we didn't even bring our boards together until, and that wasn't even our board. It was KCR's and BHA. So I can appreciate that, but I don't know how it got out because we kept the news, we kept the site location.
Well, I want to make it real clear, though. You had one council member who was sworn to secrecy. So it's not like council knew about it. We didn't know where it was going to be. We didn't know the design. So to say council was involved, there was one person. So I want to
That's fair.
make sure everybody realizes that.
The first time we did a giant five site, then it ended up in the paper before we actually started negotiation on the deal, and
true,
and everything fell apart. And so this time we said when we did find one, we would keep it as quiet because we didn't want it to be disclosed before it was closed.
I as a representative of that district, how can you go through with the purchase of a property for a specific purpose without doing a community assessment? That puts you in a bind. It certainly puts us in a bind. So I'll leave that. I think my feelings are adequately.
Okay, Jennifer's had her hand up for a while. Jennifer?
Yeah. Hey, I was ready. I was ready to speak this time, but hi friends. Thank you for coming back and braving all of our questions. I know it's not easy to come when you don't have a deliverable specific to what we're hoping that you would have. And so I want to honor the work that you've done in all of this. I want to honor the intention that you had in seeing this goal forward, because it's not as if you have just pushed it onto the back burner and just forgotten about it. You have other projects you've been working on in tangent with, this project. And so it sounds like, though, that this parcel has multiple uses, which is exciting. And this is a parcel that is zoned for multifamily housing, correct?
Yes.
Awesome. So that's part of your goal for the future. The plans for the future are to have multifamily affordable housing through BHA on this site. Am I incorrect in analyzing that?
I didn't get that. It's our hope.
Yeah, and I see it as a great spot for that. I think that'd be the perfect. It's how we have. And I used to live right down the road from there. I used to live in District 2, off of Chestnut Street. So and I know the neighbors there, and I and I do understand where Councilor Fry is coming from, because that neighborhood I believe that a shelter can exist in almost any location, right? So I'm not trying to throw shade on that at all. What I know is that there is a process for zoning changes that is a little bit laborious. And so what is our timeline looking like again? Can I have a reminder? What I would have really liked last time you came is to hear more from our service providers instead of from the architect, whoever that was. I forgot her name. But what is again the timeline for zoning approval for the shelter?
That's really a question for the city. We can apply for it, but I don't have any control over the timing that would take. But I know there's a public process.
We have Garrett here. We have Garrett
Perfect.
here.
I know that there's no plan. Garrett, hi.
Yeah, Garrett here. I don't know. Garrett, are you here to provide?
Component to the project, so it depends on what you're going to apply for first.
There's no application in there.
Okay, wait. Garrett is speaking. Can you come closer to the mic so Jennifer can hear you?
Thank you. I can't hear.
There's a lot of different components to the project, so it depends on what they apply for first. If it's the shelter, they can apply for that immediately. If it's the pallet village, then that requires a zoning code amendment. If they need departures from the code, that'll require design review board. The pallet shelter itself is a conditional use permit, so it really is dependent on the specific proposal. The breadth of this is quite large, so it depends on how the applicant wants to proceed. We can advise them as they see fit.
Are we talking about months, a year? What are we
Oh,
talking about?
Hold on, I still have the floor.
I'm sorry, Jennifer.
It's okay, I love you.
And once again, the public process needs to take its course. So that can be unpredictable at times as far as exchange of information and getting, working back with the applicant. So it's really, it's a months to potentially longer process dependent upon time of application. There's been, the intent to apply for some time now. We have yet to see an application. So
yeah,
we
sure.
resubmit the report, which explains the process ahead.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yep.
And then Garrett, don't go away yet. I have another kind of a tough question to ask that goes along with that. But just to, my recollection is that it's like a minimum of 9 months to pass a zoning code change for the pallet shelter. Is that, am I wrong? And even if they got an application in today for the pallet shelter, it'd be like just the zoning process through planning commission, et cetera, is 9 months. And maybe, I mean, we do have a former planning commission representative on our council now. Somebody, it just is 9 months, just kind of like a really liberal, or is that a kind of a spot on?
I think the last time we did this, it was like, I wouldn't say lightning quick speed at maybe a 4-month period. Sounds like it was about right. And it's probably the fastest we've done it. So that portion of it, I mean, yeah. But once again, public process, public input guides the length of these processes. So I hate harping on that, but.
And that's okay. The last question I want to ask is related to this. So I hope, Council President, you'll find this germane. What I want to find out is in relation to where this process is at, this shelter process, how far along in the process did we get for the Oyster Bay site? And is that kind of still an option for us if we wanted to pursue that? Like as far as time frame, is this germane? Is that okay to ask that, Council President?
Yeah, you can ask.
Okay. How is the Oyster Bay site looking? The one that we previously rejected.
The Oyster Bay site is available for 5 to 10 to 20 years, at which time it will be turned over to Public Works. This is a site that is controlled by the community partners.
So I think the question is
it still an option?
Is it still an option? And if it is an option, how long would it take? How long would it take to get people actually sleeping there?
Mm-hmm.
And I guess that's a question for the mayor.
Yeah. So speaking of public process,
the
public came out and voiced their opinions on the Oyster Bay project, and the council went a different path. So you'd have to probably start going out there and asking and explaining why you might want to go back.
Mm-hmm.
So public process, this is what Garrett was talking about. Can't say it enough. That determines speed. So
okay.
Yeah, and the people out there, they felt heard. You made your decision. Here we are.
So here we are. Is the public process portion, you know what, I think that this is probably a conversation for another study session. I want to stay germane to the topic. I don't want to keep harping on it, but my curiosity is really, council, we need a shelter to go up. We already have had funding that's been splashed, and maybe it's coming back. We don't know, for the Salvation Army. We need something kind of shovel ready for our people. And Ms. Stanton and community partners, are you, and publicly I'm going to ask you, if there was a plan that we could expedite quicker than your plan for a shelter, would you release the funding from ARPA for a new plan, or will you hang on to it and potentially risk losing it?
You know, I think from the Bremerton Housing Authority's point of view, we're providing an option. You want
Yeah.
a different option? That's up to you. Like,
Thank you.
our boards of all of our organizations, the four of us, we have done everything that we possibly can, and we have an
You
option.
work so hard. You
But
work
if
so hard.
you want to go down another path, you should do that. This is, and while we believe this is the best, it's okay. Yes. So yes, if you want your money back, we will happily release your money back to you to do that. And
Okay.
we're okay with that.
Thank you.
We're
And
not,
I,
we're not here to fight with our city. Like, that's not what we do. I also
I
just
know.
want to say that, like, speak to what Garrett was saying, as far as there might be some permitting, some design deviations. We can do this in phases as well. So we can determine what's the fastest thing that we can do and do it in phases. We're committed to working as quickly as we can. We know the Salvation Army is closing, or there are close friends. We work with them. And we
Yeah.
know the people that we're trying to serve. So, we're willing to do this in phases. But the most important thing to my board, and I'll speak for my board, is that we do this model because it's in alignment with the permanent housing piece, which we've already put in place. We already work with all of our shelters to give them preferences for vouchers. We've housed 80 people through that program in 8 months. We know that that works. That brings in all the federal resources that Housing Authority has access to. So that is our mission, that's our mindset and our goal. So
Excellent. And the last question I'll ask is if, oh, I'm so sorry. And the last question I'll ask, and then I'll turn it back to Council President for whoever's next, is if council does choose to go with another plan that is not your plan, will you assist in, how long will it take the board to make a decision to be a partner with any new plan that we might approve?
I'm not going to speak for my board. My board will be taking this up, but I will speak to what my recommendation to the board would be. This has taken a significant amount of my time and my staff's time, for which DHA has been the sole funder of that. And we feel we have met and exceeded the obligation that we have made to the city. We will provide you this option. We're happy to continue on this option, but we are not, I would not be recommending to my board that we continue as a partner in another option, because again, this
Loud
is the
and
model
clear. Okay.
that leads
So you're not
to-
willing to partner with any other organization to assist with the funding? Okay, got it. Thank you so much.
Take it up
Appreciate
with my
the very
board
candid
again, but
answer.
my recommendation, and Monica.
Yeah, I was gonna say there are other agencies, I mean, that's unique to your mission, but aligning with whatever option is selected, Kitsap Mental Health Services will take our services and move to whatever location is run. I mean, that's part of it. It's intrinsic to our mission. So to answer your question, Jennifer, I wouldn't say that we're just supporting this project, but we think we could get a shelter, standalone shelter, if we did this in phases, rather quickly. That doesn't require all the other deviations and things like that the pallet part would do. But I think it's critical to us that there be an understanding of the broader vision for this, that we're not just interested in doing a standalone congregate shelter. Our goal is to create some kind of a pathway and not just put people in a single congregate shelter. So, we'll do whatever, even if it's a standalone congregate shelter. What we believe also very strongly in the need for pathways to permanent housing. That's where
such a
building comes.
And it's an innovative, it's a creative, it's, and I love this idea. And people loved it 2 years ago. I think that I still am curious, as Councilor Fry is, as to what the ask is. We're dipping into our reserves. We have no more money to offer. I'm just telling you that, just candidly. We cannot continue to go into debt as a city for operations.
Jennifer,
do you have
an additional question, or is it just a statement?
I'm off my soapbox and I'll go back onto mute. I'm also getting some noise garbling again, so I might have to sign off and sign back in.
Okay.
Thank you.
I guess the question on the table, there was already a question that hasn't been answered, is what is the ask? Because the last time when your architect was presenting, she presented that she wanted us to deviate from code. She wanted us to pay for the infrastructure that's required, and that you wanted $1 million a year for operations. So I just want to clarify today, what is the ask?
Okay, first and foremost, you can speak to some of the specifics on because Jill is closer to the architect. But ultimately, we want to make sure that we're on the same page with the city of Bremerton and the city council. That's what we meant by saying that we're looking for an endorsement. That's just a word. What we really want is to know that we're on the same page, because we're not trying to do our own thing here. We're trying to do something for the benefit of the city and all of its residents. So that is the first and primary ask. We understand that the city is budget constrained. We do. We heard that loud and clear at that last meeting. I understand that there's not necessarily specific line item budget to support it in the current year city budget. But what we're asking for is a commitment to long-term supporting this in your city budget, contributing to the operating funds of this project, which we estimate will be in the range of $3 million a year. That's not our ask of the city. We will be pursuing all kinds of funding for this, and we're all well-established agencies. So we are confident that if this is able to come online before some of that grant money is available, that we'll be able to stand up that shelter and be able to address the gap between now and the beginning of the year when a lot of these other funding sources become available. So that is our secondary ask. We're not asking for, while it may have come across that way, and just to clarify, we're not asking you to bypass any process that you have. You have a public process. We do understand that. But there's a difference between, bypassing processes and being on the same page and working in collaboration towards a common vision. And that doesn't mean that you don't follow through on your normal process if there's certain improvements that need to be made. But we're just asking that to the extent that there's anything that the city can do that makes this process move quicker, that is because it's in the interest of the people that we're serving. So that if there's an ask, if you want me to say a dollar amount, I would turn back to you and say, as a city, what are you able to invest in this project? We will find the funds. Yes. We have other funding sources. So that, I don't know if that addresses.
So I want to, not really, but if you go back to that overall plan, so my background is in public works inspection. I'm looking at all those developments costs, and it's somewhere between $5 and $10 million. And that's not, and this is the gateway to our, yeah, it is. I mean, there's a lot of sidewalk, there's all kinds of street lighting. There's a lot of work there, utility extensions. So are you asking us to not give you the same requirements that we would give to a developer? And then there were definitely some aspects of the pallet shelters that don't meet current building codes at all.
For the city of Bremerton, but not for the state of Washington.
We're in the city of Bremerton.
We're in the city. So yeah,
so it's not as difficult to adopt the Washington state approved definition for tiny homes that was adopted by the Senate bill in 2019. State of Bremerton could adopt that easily, like many cities have.
Is that part of the ask?
Is that part of the ask? And I don't know what the difference is. All I know is I read that 5-page document of all the things in your pre-submittal.
Yeah,
so
in partnership with us, that would potentially be working through that. As we roll this out in phases, we've identified that the congregate shelter is the primary thing that we need to get rolled out initially. And then that we would work through the zoning changes requirement that would change the definition. Because that's all that's on the table for the tiny homes, is remove them from the definitions under encampments. So the state of Washington already did that pre-COVID. So I think that would be an easier ask than what we actually navigated in lightning speed a year or two ago, because the state of Washington's already done it. But that could be done in partnership with us over time.
Well, our building official isn't here, so I can't comment if that's the only thing that needs to be done.
So I can comment that on the capital cost, we do have most of the money, if not all of the money, depending on what is needed. I mean, we acquired the land with state money and the seller donation. We have the money from the SIA funding with the estimates for the pallet or tiny home village. We have that money already committed. We have the money that you've committed. We have the dollars that the county has committed. So we already have about, about $6.7 million
total for everything.
total to develop the shelter. Yes.
And
we also
with the improvements.
we don't know what those we don't know. Like and we have to work through that. But we have a lot already, and we have the ability to go get more. To ask for more.
That's capital.
Things. But so that's what we have.
It's not operating.
In the operating, we've already been working towards that. We already have commitments for example, from the Department of Health to fund 10 respite beds for 3 years. And we're developing a plan, and it's unique to Kitsap County. We're one of the 2 counties that were chosen for that, and it's going to roll out after 3 years. So we're optimistic that they're going to be a partner, but that's just one example. We've already been working towards taking a load off the city of Bremerton, frankly, and trying to do this collaboratively like we always do.
And the county
Can
has
I
their
please?
bed rate. So the county's bed rate that goes into operations, that could be approximately $600 to $1 million. And we don't have to apply for that. That's set aside for this shelter. Your annual CF funding that we would have to apply for annually. The mental health county funding, 0.1% funding, that's funding we would go after. And there's other sources too. Commerce, there's just, we go after money a lot. So there is other things we would go after. But to Monica's point, city does.
As soon as she's done. Oh, I'm sorry. Anna had asked me a while ago. Go ahead, Anna.
You were in the middle of speaking? Okay. Hi. Inhala, exhala. I think that this is at a fever pitch because all of us are equally extremely frustrated at the idea that human beings are out getting cold and wet and sick, and it is driving everybody nuts. Okay. So I'm going to go back to the presentation that council approved in January 2024, where what was spoken was that there'd be a congregate shelter of 40 to 50 beds, which is like half the size of the current congregate shelter you're proposing.
We were proposing something at the last meeting, but we heard what you said. We can start with this much smaller.
Okay. The second thing I wanted to say is, and I'm so sorry about our new equipment and us only having had it for, oh gosh, 6 hours and 15 minutes now. But one of the things that you were all very careful about was making sure that you would minimize any negative impact on neighborhoods, which goes to Denise's point about community outreach. And in fact, in part of that presentation, you made the point, and I believe this was in response to Jennifer Chamberlain's point, that a lot of people who live in a shelter have a restraining order on somebody else who's in that community, and that therefore like several small areas might work well. And that was also in the presentation that we approved in January 24. And thank you for incorporating our comments. That doesn't always help. So I I don't think anybody in this council is in a position to give an answer on your ask today, right? But I do think I'm really glad you came to talk to us. And I really do like that. It really was true. Jeff Coughlin was sworn to secrecy, and he would sit right there week after week after week or month after month and just say, I can't say anything about the site. They're developing a lot of services. I can't say anything about them. So to just, and I think most of us really appreciate that you came and were like, okay, well, we realized that was like a flaming curveball out of the sky. And I believe that we can work these things out. Perhaps not quite so late at night next time.
It's only 7.
I know, but it's been since 1.
It's been since 1, so I'm really impressed at my ability to remain vertical, right? That's the way it goes. Do you have a plan for any kind of shelter that you can provide during it sounds like 8 to 10 months minimum, during which the permitting and the developing and the application for zoning changes and community outreach, that's at least 8 to 10 months. Am I correct on that, Garrett? More or less?
Honestly, I don't think that, I think we get an application in, we see what they're asking for, and then we can assess at that time.
Fair enough.
It's hard to judge an application before we see it.
Fair enough. It was fun to have exact figures in my mouth for a moment there, but I can't do that. So do you have any plan where that you can provide even like sanctioned campsites or something for people? The county's funding will expire in June 2026. Does anybody have a plan for what's going to happen in May 2026?
Oh, Carl has his hand up.
Carl. Oh, go, Carl.
We have our bed rate that we will continue to fund Salvation Army for their overnight shelter. So there will be a place for people to sleep overnight until the shelter is open.
So on beyond June 2026?
Yeah, well, as far as we know, we've talked with Captain Dana, they're gonna stay open as long as needed until the shelter's open. But not the 24/7 model that you see now. So they will, the difference is now they actually do bring people in at 7 o'clock at night, they lay the mats out beforehand, and then people wake up in the morning and they go out. It's not a continuous stay model. So we will continue to fund so there's a place for people to sleep overnight.
Okay, does anybody have a
Would
plan?
your funding then transfer over to this project?
Yeah, we have a set aside for the Bremerton project.
It's a pass through from
That's
Commerce,
bed
right?
night.
Yeah, well, they give us the money and we have our committee.
Simple layman's terms. It's like
Yeah.
from Commerce to
Yeah.
Kitsap Housing to wherever, Tinker to Evers to Chance. Okay. So yeah, Kylie, please go ahead.
One clarification, we should get letters from the commissioners. It seems to say that funding is going to be reassessed in June. Are you saying that it has?
That's when we have, our shelter funding are 1 year, 1 year contract. So the end of that is June 31st, and then we would have our funding source restored for all the shelter. So each shelter gets, an amount of money at a set bed rate. So what that means is that at the end of June, the current year for contracts for shelters, we issue new contracts July 1 through the next year. So we're on the biennium cycle for the state. So each year we have to renew the shelter contract.
So the June 30th deadline that's in the letter.
We refer to our deadline, but that's the end of the state fiscal year. And then we'll have a new contract available with fresh money going forward.
Okay, whether council wants to continue with these partners or not is not a discussion that we're gonna have right now. So just, do you have any plan for like a day center as the revitalization center that was going to be, but like practically adjacent? That, like
That
none
was
of
not
you,
part of the scope.
none of you would cover that. Okay, because the revitalization center is,
It
Inoperable.
needs revitalization.
yeah, I got an email from Diana and it's not something that we can count on
No,
in the foreseeable future.
never.
Well,
You're talking about the
Drayton's,
drains, the site.
Drayton and
Oh,
Diana's
okay,
place,
yeah.
the revitalization center.
Honestly,
Yeah,
it's not really
yeah.
germane topic. I'm sorry. I hope that's okay to say.
What?
Yeah, that,
Yeah, not germane.
Yeah.
not germane, and let's let some other, after
Yeah.
Anna finishes, then
I am
go
about
on.
to. Okay,
Okay.
so thank you. And I hope you get home safely.
Okay, Mike, Denise, let's let everybody else have a say first.
Sure. You heard me earlier, any of you, congratulating Nicotai for the pivot that he made. When circumstances change, we pivot. And a little over a year ago, the world changed. And we started seeing it really quick. And we're seeing fewer and fewer federal dollars being allocated. I'm very worried about it. I'm sure you all are. I know you all. And I really regret having to be here in this chair tonight and not be commiserating with you as much as I would like to, but it's there, okay?
We know.
Okay. I see reports of shelters closing every day now because of the lack of operational. I know you can build it. I know there's capital funds that seem to be almost too easy to get sometimes, but operational is it. It's like nobody wants to fund operating except for bed nights or this, and it's never enough. And my constituents are very concerned about the building of a facility without sustainable operations over the course of its run. Because then we've built a facility and we're going to have a massive amount of problems that we're going to need. Chief, I know Chief McGanny is here. Pendleton Place. I mean, do you have an example? What can we expect? What's call volume? That's the other thing that people don't realize is that our city supports so many efforts out there through our police and fire, and assumptions are made that the police are going to provide this or the fire is going to, we have to allocate that. We have to, if it's going to take 10% of and by the way, most departments report about a 30% drain on they focus 30% of their budget on vandalism, trying to deal with what we're dealing with as a city. And so unless there's sustainable operations, and I'm talking 3 to 5 years, it's not feasible. It's not from my perspective. And you can tell me all you want to about how you're going to raise this money. Tony Ives raises money like nobody else I've ever known. But operations is another thing. That's a different kind of money. And I'm very worried about that. And I also want to remind council that I'm representing a district that has a moon-sized crater in it right now because we don't have a Harrison Hospital anymore. You drive up Cherry Avenue, you're going to see it. You're going to see a whole bunch of vacant lots that used to be parking lots that CHI also owns. And they're trying to sell that. They're trying to sell that. That's 2 blocks away from the Sheridan site. I need to bring that up. I'm not saying anything really about this proposal, but you got to realize that's in a redevelopment zone. It's zoned for redevelopment. And that means that we're trying to attract builders. We're trying to attract people to invest And if you have to build something that big, that's a big freighter. It's going to take a lot of money. There's going to be a lot of investors that have to be attracted. What say you about this? You know, are we going to be selling that as part of the package of Harrison Heights? Because this is a part of Harrison Heights, and we're not respecting that. And I have to speak out. I know I'm going to get personally attacked by people after this. I don't care anymore. I really don't care. I'm doing the work for the city of Bremerton and for my constituents. And it feels way too shaky at this point for a lot of different reasons. And I'm glad we're not voting tonight. I'm glad we're not voting.
Could I offer any comments to you?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So operating costs, I mean, you and I've known you for a long time,
Yeah.
and I deeply respect your history and the work and your commitment. So I just wanted to say that.
Thank you.
With respect to, I'll just use, you brought up Pendleton Place, and I'll bring that as an example. That was a $21.8 million investment. It was big, right? Capital dollars. It took us several years to get it. Operating costs, not just on the staff, is somewhere in the $2 to $2.5 million range. We go after that $2.5 million every single year. But that's just how it's done, though. You know, so we will be going after the CF funds every year. We will be going after the 1/10 of 1%. This community, just in 1/10 of 1% alone, just for the mental health and substance use, is somewhere in the $4 to $6 million range. It's probably more than that. I'm probably understating it. Then there's the CF funding, which offers the same amount. So the funding is in our community, in the county. It's at the end of the day, we have to competitively go after that, but this is a priority for this community. This is a priority for this county, and we're all very experienced fund developers. So I feel really confident. I would not be venturing into this as a leader of a large agency unless I felt confident in that. And then when we speak to kind of the impact on city infrastructure, I don't have that data in front of me, but we have looked at the individuals that have come. There's been a lot of calls, of course, to 911, but the vast majority of those are health-related calls. We're dealing with people with chronic health conditions. We cannot tell them any more than we could tell anybody in private housing that they can't dial 911. So there will be that impact, but we have looked at arrest history and engagement with law enforcement. Unbelievable reductions. And I don't have the exact numbers in front of me, but I could be happy to get those to you. And as to the zoning in that area, that is purely a city decision. That is your decision as to how it is zoned. We are trying to work within the way it is zoned from at least from the shelter perspective, and make reasonable variances for the pallet shelters. So, I mean, I think our team is trying to work with you, but we do not want to push this on the city. And I feel that's what we're getting. And because each one of our agencies is here because we care deeply about those folks that are on the street. It's hard for me to even talk about the perspective. So I know we're on the same page here, but we need to get on the same page with respect to the vision, and we can't keep pushing this out. We all get that the time is of the essence. So that's why we want to know. There's a lot of work that will go into putting an application for zoning in this community. If you don't want it there, then you need to tell us, and we'll stop. We'll stop, because we have put a tremendous amount of time, and to me, it's not wasted. At the end of the day, BHA is going to use that property and they're going to build some affordable housing, and great. But then we miss this unique opportunity where we have a plan that's ready to go, budget's ready to go, partners signed up, MOUs in place. Here, take it. We want to do this with you guys. But if it's not the right answer, we need you just to tell that to us. I'm just being honest.
I'd like to hear from
Michael,
some other
yes.
counselors. Yeah.
So Monica, thank you for what you just said, because you stole a lot of my.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. I'm glad it came out. But people in crisis are going to be people in crisis, no matter the setting that they're in. So whether they're in an encampment or in a single family house or all together. And I would actually think that responders going to a place that has support people like a Pendleton Place or a congregate shelter has got somebody who's going to meet them, is going to take them right to where it's going, and they're not going. So I like to think that it just redistributes, and I actually I would believe that there probably is actually a reduction. Yes, if we look at a heat map for Pendleton Place, it used to be blue and now it's red because nobody used to live there, right? So like we maybe have concentrated to a bit of a hotspot. I still believe in this vision, and I would like to see us spend, I guess, like how could we make this work? There's a lot of things that I've heard through the night that I feel like we could either do or find a way to reach a compromise. Like, just the one we were talking about, we were talking about sidewalks, right? And it's an expensive thing. But we also know that we've got a crack team that can put in sidewalks and curb cuts.
They can only do so much
I understand.
by state law.
I understand. But we control a lot of this, and we can either apply more red tape to something, or we could find ways to remove it. So we may not have all the money we need today, but there's things that we can do that could support, save money for whatever project. But I still think this sounds like a good, and I'm actually was more interested to hear about how the property would be developed with different things, how it's sort of concentrated, and then how maybe someday it could be redeveloped. So we have to do something, and we can't just every 2 years kick the plan to the curb. We have to figure this out. We have to keep moving forward.
Can we hear from Danny and
Sure.
Dalton as long as they're here?
Christy and Rick too, but yeah, Chief McGanny, do you want to
Chief
comment at all?
McGanny and Captain Elton, just from a law enforcement and fire perspective, do you have anything to?
Yeah, I mean, Pendleton Place, that's before the, went to all the meetings, it was supposed to be wrapped around service. We responded 85 times last year. I mean, we're a small fire department, running a lot of calls. We're running almost 11,000 calls a year. And when we have the areas that we have, it taxes the fire and police department. So, I don't think, I think it's great that you guys get together. You guys don't take emergency service into consideration and what the effect it has, right? When we build big buildings, 4, 5, 6-story buildings and put a lot of people in them, those take our resources. We have just gotten to the point where our staffing probably is where we should have been back in 2008. We're in 2026. And we're running as many calls as Central Kids out. Their population is almost double ours. And their resources are double ours. So I don't think you don't take it into consideration. There's no funding. If you want to put the Sheridan property, what that is going to do to fire and police, and is there going to be funding for the city if everybody's coming together to staff the unit, to staff the stuff? That's not in the fund. So I would just ask you guys want to put these together, that you take emergency services into consideration when we start bringing a bunch of people into Bremerton. I mean, down here, this area downtown, it's a drain. We ran 277 overdoses last year. That's a drain on our people. It's not the same as it used to be. People are not grateful to emergency service. People are not grateful to police officers. And our people get treated horrible. So I think you guys really would be appreciated to take that into consideration when you're putting these plans together. We have never been brought to the table on any of this.
I'd like to hear from the police department, Joe, before I go to you.
So
So Chief McGanny covered some things that are overlapping for sure. And what I'd like to say is I love the Salvation Army and work with Captain Dana, and I can appreciate that resource. We need it. But there is no doubt if you were to look at a heat map in the city of Bremerton, that address and that area down there through the MSA is a red block, and it gets most of the police resources for the city. It gets more resources than our bars. So no matter where it is, whether it's there or if it's Sheridan, if it's in the city of Bremerton, it's going to be a draw in law enforcement also for staff. We're happy to get on board and start talking to people about this thing. We've been reluctant to do so, and maybe reluctant, maybe a bad word. So sorry if I chose it wrongly. But site control, I think you may have site control on a property, but you don't have a viable property from what I'm hearing today. Things have to happen, come to full fruition, and that's outside of the police department. So once all those things are done, yeah, we're happy to sit down and spend the time on it. Otherwise, we have to allocate our time for it. So yeah, a lot of what he said, I would.
So Joe, did you want to say something?
No, I'm just appreciative of their comments because I did EMS for the military for a long time, 25 years in healthcare before I came into this. And that's why I reached out to you about a year ago to start these conversations to integrate EMS as part of our systems engineering. Because I know that this is an integrated process. That's why I think we were selected for this model because of the integrated services and the systems engineering model where we're bringing the community together. You know, in those 25 years in healthcare and seminars and conventions, there's always social determinants of health, social determinants of health. How can we get ahead of this? Because our EMS, our ERs, if you ever go into an ER for a cold and you wait in there for like 6 hours and you're like, why is this waiting so long? It's because they're being misallocated for resources because of these high utilizers. So that's that integration piece that we want to start early conversations with to build this out with the city. To say, where are the pathways? Where are the locations? How would we pick up? How would we make calls? What's the points of escalation for services? Are there escalation in between working with security before we call BPD, for example? Working with St. Michael Medical Center. I've asked for data to get a baseline for this. So we can also look at data-driven outcomes. So we can look at and monitor 6 months after this is built, a year after this is built. Are we reducing that strain on our local medical system and our local EMS? So I'm glad you mentioned that tonight because I've been standing by, looking forward to have this conversation with both of you because this has to be an integrated approach for this because we understand that. And that's one of the things I've been excited about is that this has an opportunity to change the game for Bremerton. The economy, our property values going up across this entire region. When we address this crisis, and there's failures all across this nation. I can't endorse a standalone, isolated, check-in-the-box shelter. Why would we throw money at something we've seen fail all across this nation? And now they're being investigated for how much they're dumping money into that. That's a fail from the beginning. So it took us a while to secure the site. In November, we came in and we said, hey, we got it. It looks like we're going to close on this soon. Can we start? And we had the same frustrations you got. It's taken for way too long. But we have secured a site now. We were hoping for, confetti and yes, team, go. Now what do we need to do? And I think that's our takeaway ask tonight is what's the next step?
All right, in my opinion, the next step is real community outreach. That hasn't been done. It's been done
on systems engineering, please.
Yeah, okay.
We've done.
Wait, can I finish, please?
You haven't been talking to the right people.
Yeah, I mean, we've been talking. I've gotten reports from different people who have attended meetings up at the Village Event Center. I don't think there's been any District 2 meeting, especially since the location was listed. And in the city of Bremerton's defense, we are the only no barrier shelter. The county was telling us yesterday how, oh, well, it's real close. What we've got over in Port Orchard, not even close. When they do background checks for folks who go to their shelter. They look at assaults, felonies of any kind, sex offenses, rapes, violent offenses, arson, history of violence of any kind, and also medical and behavior care needs that are above the shelter's ability to meet. So this is, I know Bremerton is the place where people have come because we have some services, but there's over 250,000 people in Kitsap, and there's 45,000 in Bremerton. So I don't understand why Bremerton is being asked by anybody, and I don't mean just you, I mean anybody, to shoulder not only the burden of coming up with money. We are the most taxed area in the whole county, and yet we don't get a lot back for it. I mean, if you saw a map of all the places that pay no property tax, you can start right across the street. We have nonprofits galore, which I know y'all do good work, but you don't pay us property tax. And that's where we get our general fund money from that pays for our police and fire. And our police and fire are very overtaxed, or, you know, as far as work goes, not giving them a lot of extra taxes. Then, of course, you know, there's all these other programs for high dollar apartments that don't pay taxes, which,
Council
I mean,
President,
we've not
respectfully.
that down. Jennifer, can you wait just a minute, please?
Okay, respectfully, I just was just curious if it was germane to this topic, and I appreciate,
It's
I
it's
appreciate what
very
you're saying
germane.
though. Okay,
Very germane.
I haven't heard from a couple
So,
other people there, so that's all.
well, they weren't ready to speak yet. So when Rick and Christy want to speak, they'll let me know, I'm sure. So, I mean, and that goes to you, Carl, and the county, and the way you distribute money. It's not fair. I think that it's totally appropriate for Bremerton to have a small shelter, and I mean small. And we could base it on the percentage of population based on the whole county. Because I look at things like what Eagles Wings is doing in Gorse with a 30 to 35 bed shelter where they're doing full services also. And if we had more of them in every community, I looked at the list, it's like, you know, somebody's got a 2-person shelter. I mean, I got a 1-person, my grandson lives in my basement. So, I mean, I hope you understand that it's a big burden on Bremerton to foot the bill for operations. And I know right now you think you can get money, but they are closing down shelters in Pierce County and King County because of lack of operation money. So it's really important, but I think the first step has got to be real community outreach to especially peoples in District 1 and 2, and to hear from the community as a whole. What do we want to do? Because $1 million a year would be, we have to lay off 10 employees. I mean, that's what it would cost. If it's 300,000, we're laying off 3 employees. Which 3 do we lay off? So, I mean, there's going to be a lot of hard choices for us to make. And I just want to make sure everybody's clear about that. And then so, Christy or Rick, do you have any comments you want to make at this time? And you don't have to if you're not ready to comment.
No, when I first heard of this idea, I read it, you know, I wasn't on the council, I read about it in the Kitsap Sun, to be perfectly honest. And on the surface, it appeared to be very practical and the location, a good location, having been a healthcare facility in that location before. What I didn't take into consideration, and I've since learned, is the community, the outreach to the community. So And I frankly don't know enough about the alternative that was rejected by the Public Works location in the past. So I'm not qualified to speak to that and why the council made that decision a year and a half ago. But I do believe, I mean, I have an email today from someone concerned in that area. Went to Christy and I, concerns about that particular location and its proximity to View Ridge, and some of the other, I guess, obstacles and barriers that might affect that community. Since it's a shelter, there's no security. I mean, the folks can leave the area, right? They can leave and go to the grocery store or whatever it is they'd like to do from that location. So I do believe that community outreach is important and hearing from the neighbors. But the site, the location where one corner, it could be as you put, and the other further back, adjacent to Cherry Street, so forth, as far as housing, that seems like that could work. But again, I need to hear from the folks that are in that area. I would want to hear from the folks that are in the area.
Garrett, in his email earlier, is Garrett still here? Said something about, and thank you so much for being here, but said something about we don't want to give any inference that we've approved something and without an application, there is no formal process, right, of public engagement. So we would need not only tonight you telling us what your ask is, but we need something submitted to us for consideration in order to have a public meeting about it, right? I'm looking at Garrett.
And I'm sorry to have a mixed answer. But it
That's
depends on
okay.
the specific proposal. So if it's the temporary encampment, then the applicant is supposed to do work before permits to go, to have a temporary encampment. If they want temporary encampment for longer than the 183 days, then that requires zoning code amendment. So the temporary encampment portion takes its own allotted amount of time. The shelter itself, if they're requesting departures from the code, from the zoning code, then they can take that to the design review board, which then has a public process of the shelter itself. So yeah, once we get an application, we'd be happy to process it as we would any other application.
I think it's reached that time. I wanted to have a district meeting. And I was told, please don't do that, or we'll go ahead and do that, but you can't talk about the location. Okay, the location is now known. And I think that my constituents of District 2 deserve an opportunity, along with the citizens of Bremerton, to come together and hear formally whatever is being proposed. Without that, you're almost asking, I think, for us to take a straw poll tonight of maybe up to $1 million and we're supportive of this, and I don't feel comfortable doing that at this point. I probably would weigh in against, and I would rather not have a vote where I feel compelled to do that. So I'm looking to staff, our city attorney especially. How do we do this right, where our partners are asking us if we're still supportive of them like we were 2 years ago? This is a different council. The world has changed. So I think it's fair to come back together. But because it has become public, the location, I think it has to be a formal public process. I mean, and I don't know about this meeting, that we've scheduled. It sounds very, where we've been playing this very loose. And, we've got the pictures, we've got all of that. I still really don't know what we're being asked to do. So until I have that agenda bill in front of me, then I know what are we voting on specifically.
But if we have
But I
that
don't know.
agenda bill in front of us,
Mm-hmm.
typically we vote the next week.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't give the community, especially in District Two, enough time
Oh,
for you to
yeah.
meet with them and to
Oh, no,
talk
I'm
about
saying
it.
that the formal process would take care of the community engagement, but I'm looking at I'm looking at staff. This is a public meeting, I know I'm putting you on the spot. We need this kind of information.
Hi there. So, I mean, I think the slide is pretty clear of what they're asking for. It's this one entitled Our App.
Can you put that back up?
I don't have clarity.
See, formally endorse, I don't know how we formally
So I
endorse.
guess I can just kind of work through that. I think there was discussion about that early on about, I think it was Monica that said endorse was the word you chose, and I think I understood what you mean. And this was about the proposal as the hybrid shelter model, and is the council still on board with that? And so I think the council need to have a discussion about that. It sounds like that there's still support for the model. What everyone heard from the last time, there might be concerns about this particular location, which is fair because it's a process that the council would need to go through a zoning code amendment, and we need to have that public process. So saying that they support it right now at this location is problematic because that process hasn't happened and the public gets to weigh in on that. As far as the budget allocation, we just passed the budget. There wasn't an allocation for funding, and so I guess that question's answered. As far as the planning department participating in community discussions, I don't think that's really appropriate because they're the permitting agency and they need to be neutral, and so they don't need to participate. Their role is different in the process. Right. I just don't think it would be appropriate for them to participate as an advocate for the applicant when they are the person processing the permit. And then engaging collaborative planning discussion with county and legislature to support. And I think this one could be problematic, just that it's not ready at this point because of the zoning code changes that happen that need to come to council eventually for the planner, for the city council to, I think, engage at that level. But yeah, so I think, I mean, was there another app? Was there 2 slides?
I think the next slide was just how kids could look. It wasn't separate.
Okay. I mean, I think one thing that would be helpful to be clear that might make a lot of this where is just who's the applicant and what's the council's role in this. And there's 2 different things going on here. So you have a role as your legislative authority for the city that approves zoning changes. You also, that happens whether anyone is citing, anything that needs a zoning review. But this is a little bit more complicated because the council's also allocated funding, and they did so before site was chosen. And so now you have the city is paying for this to be developed, but at the same time, is the site that's selected isn't zoned or the codes are not supporting that use. So it puts the council in kind of a bind, and that public process needs to happen on its own timeline and with transparency and I guess an open mind. And so I guess that's where I see that you're feeling that push and pull, and I think that's why it is that there's one hand, there's the funding aspect of council having allocated money to this, and then there's the legislative process of council needing to make code changes and wanting to keep an open mind until you have that. And so that's just a feature of what this site is and how it was, chosen. I think it could, maybe clarity could be reached. We can make it very clear of whose shelter is it, because that has been kind of an issue of, I guess, is it, DHA is has been sort of you did the pre-sub.
We own the land.
Right.
So BHA would own it.
Okay,
That's the question.
I think so. I mean, I think that that's important. Is it VHA shelter located in the city of Bremerton with funding from Kitsap County and the city of Bremerton? And so kind of starting to frame some of those conversations that they could be helpful and that, what's the council's role going to be going forward? Because I think if the council had a more neutral role and that they were going to take in the public input as a team with the zoning code amendment, it would be a more comfortable spot for them to be in, rather than being almost like an applicant to themselves. Does that make sense? That's where I see that it really needs to be clarified whose shelter is, whose shelter is this.
And it will be Bremerton. Yeah, we would own it. We own the land now. But we're not supposed to sell it to an operator.
They own the land.
I guess I don't understand.
Are you I know, you own the property, but she's asking, would you own the shelter?
Yeah.
Okay, that was her question. Michael?
I kind of want to go back, where,
Jill?
Sorry.
We're only on hour 7.
Early on, Jill said may not have used all the correct language or syntax, but they are basically asking for us to get on the same page. Very simple work. And they're not saying their way or the highway, they're saying, let's get on the same page. We can get on the, that we think that this is the right thing. Then they're saying, so to me, part of that would be, we support you doing the process to do that. We're not gonna maybe, we don't have that kind of power to make the change. But we would support requesting and going through the process. I kind of mentioned earlier, I would support anything we could do to make the process a little easier. But and then there's been some clear piece with funding, the operational funding, which somebody in a nonprofit that's the pain of my existence, and that's why we shake people down every day for the change that they have. But any shelter is going to have the problems that we're hearing, whether it's demand on police and fire. And again, yes, maybe there's some concentrated stuff. Maybe there's some consternation between folks, but they're not out in the woods. They're not out in the rain. Yes?
Oh, I would, no.
Oh, are you disagreeing or, if you want to say something?
No, I do think that whenever you put people together, there can be more conflict, obviously, and I don't think that depends on the site.
But I would hope that we could, knowing that, right? Maybe there's folks that part of programming, part of things that happen maybe during the day that we let folks know, to behave, and nothing seems insurmountable in what we're in the problem. And again, I go back to so many of these problems are going to happen to these individuals wherever. Yes, by bringing together, it's going to happen nowhere there. I don't like the bringing up the issue about the school. There are school children that are homeless. And to just assume just because someone's homeless, they become a threat. Now, again, these folks, if there is somebody in the shelter that's a threat, they're a threat no matter where they're at. If there's somebody that's got mental health issues that might also produce maybe a threat, that's going to happen anywhere. So at least now you even know where they're at. You know where they're sleeping at night. So I feel like there's just a lot of little things, but I feel like these could be ironed out. But we have to get on the same page and try to figure those pieces out to see if we want it, because everyone, including us, have put a lot, not you two, put a lot of time into this, and we have to kind of do it or get off the pot.
Okay, it's Jennifer's turn. She's been waiting for a while. Go ahead, Jennifer.
Oh, it's okay. And Council President, thank you for and apologies for interrupting you earlier. I know it's been a long day, and I can understand where you're coming from with I mean, I think part of the ask is asking the city of Bremerton for operations when we're asked for so much already to take care of our citizens. And I do appreciate the points that you made. I don't think we are on the same page anymore when we used to be. We used, you know, and we had some discussion, long discussion. My, I don't think, I mean, I don't know. I wanted to know, I mean, I don't feel like public process is going to yield different results in any location. We have too many people that don't, you know, NIMBYs, if, for a lack of a better term, right? And so I'm curious about the public process that occurred for Pendleton Place and how many people came out in support of Pendleton Place. Mayor, are you able to speak to that?
Yeah. It's the same.
Right.
You know, what you do with public process is you try to listen to the concerns and address them. And you move the facts, you try to provide as many facts as possible, and make the building and then the project afterwards accommodate as many concerns as possible. Same with Oyster Bay, same with current one.
Right.
You know, and I know we're kind of looking at alternatives and options and obviously deciding if you're on the same page or not, but the project's been proposed. So we actually have a specific project that's been proposed to the city in a pre-submittal conference with a detailed response letter sent back. That's where the project stands.
You mean the project currently being proposed, or in front of us today?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Public process is something you have to do to check the box, right? Or can it be bypassed? It shouldn't be, but that's a real question I've been wondering.
For Pendleton Place, we had a major community meeting at the church that's right adjacent to Pendleton Place. And at that meeting, our architect was there, the mayor was there, the police captain was there. We had representation from the planning department, and we were all there to answer the community's questions. We had about 50 attendees in addition to the staff that showed up. And to be quite honest, 40 out of the 50 were in opposition. Yeah. And it was a lot of the things that you would expect that would be in opposition. And we heard them, and they had a chance to give voice. And that would be the same thing that would happen here. We would have that public process. I know that you're going to have probably the people who are against it that tend to be the ones who show up, and I respect that. I really do. But that's what we had for Pendleton Place, and we took their input and we're available for community feedback even now if somebody has concerns. So, because I don't think it's a one-shot deal on community process. You have to be available once you open. That's when the real community process begins, regardless of where the shelter site is selected.
Well, and I want to speak to something that Mr. Crane said, which is that he can't, and I don't want to misquote you, but basically you can't support a congregate shelter that just shoves people into, I mean, like, altogether. I mean, yeah, but you know what? These folks in Salvation Army are sleeping on the floors, y'all. We got to get them into a bed. Like, I mean, like, I just am in support of anything that's going to be the quickest and not waste $1.3 million, which is a lot of money to our city. So the Oyster Bay, I'm just saying, y'all, the Oyster Bay site, we could vote and have that up potentially before the end of the year. I am not in support of this plan anymore. There is no way that these folks can finish this in time. That's my position. I just want to get something up quick for folks. Okay, there, I said my piece.
I appreciate all the community partners. I'm sorry, y'all, you don't have enough time. We're gonna waste this money if we can't get it done.
Thank you, Jennifer. Anna?
Just really speaking quickly to community outreach, in my two failed campaigns in 2019 to win this seat, I knocked on the door of every registered voter. And I was totally psyched about Pendleton. And I 72 bed, totally supported, permanent supportive housing. And overwhelmingly, like not people who came out to a community meeting, but people who, as regular people, over 80% of them, and I'm being conservative, were like, that's great. That's wonderful. So just something to keep in mind about community outreach. That's it.
Okay, Denise.
It would go a long way for me if you could fill that moon-sized crater. You know, we need you to walk this. We need you to walk this, because if I'm trying to bring money in to invest in building, almost 400 units of housing would fit in that moon-sized crater. And investors are not, they're going to shy away. They're going to shy away from investing. And Bremerton is going to have that moon-sized crater. Basically, CHI took our hospital and they're giving us a homeless shelter. And that doesn't feel good. I know it's a service, not to the whole entire community. And I am sick to death about the impact to the community development in my district if this goes through. And I told you that directly. I told you that early. I told you that often, and I was shamed for it. And I'm not going to allow that anymore. Community development is important to Bremerton. Our tax base, as President Revelowski was talking, it's very low. We struggle to pay for basic services. And a lack of community development, it looks like a war zone up there, people. It does. Blocks and blocks. Nobody talks about that. You know, the impact of a decision like this has repercussions for a city for decades. And if that moon-sized crater isn't filled with housing, then Bremerton, as far as I'm concerned, it's dying. It's dying. We're not going to be able to survive. So let's be careful about this. Let's really get together. Shoot, let's bring them to the table. Let's work with the developers on filling that moon-sized crater. You know, I don't know. I don't know what the answer is, but it made my job a lot harder, because I have to think of everybody. I no longer have the luxury of focusing on only one issue. I don't. I had to say goodbye to that. I need to do what's best for Bremerton and all the citizens of Bremerton. And I don't support this plan on that side. I can't.
Michael, did you want to add?
Yeah, I'd like to think that CHI, when they sold the property, you know, considered the impact on the other property that it's trying to sell. They don't want to sit on that land forever. But anyways, that's just a side. You know, had we stuck with the original shelter, we'd still be figuring out how to fund it for future years. I feel more confident doing the best we can, but knowing we've got a team of folks that can see it through and help it succeed. I honestly think I was one of the last who were standing folks who I kind of came over to this team because to join consensus with my fellow council members. And nothing against you guys. But like, this is almost becoming a pattern. I used to hear this about Seattle all the time. You know, they would come up with something, they would put a monorail through the whole city, and then they tear it. They tear the idea down. They're going to do something else, and they tear it. The fact that they have light rail now from end to end is amazing. Anyways, we've got some soul searching to do, I think, but we got to do something. And I feel that these are good people to have you know, holding our hands and doing it together than trying to do it alone from scratch again. And then figuring out how to run it and how to fund it and all that.
So I have a question. I know that, that the whole plan is to have both a congregate shelter and then pallet housing or some other type of small house. And the zoning change depends very strongly on what the community is asking for. And we're not even allowed to go to planning commission meetings, you know, that's
We
for,
can go, we just can't talk.
well, no, I didn't think, I was told I shouldn't even go.
Huh?
So anyway, that was just me. Yeah, probably.
Kind of me too.
So what happens if you get started, and this is just a what if, you know, I'm not saying this is gonna happen. But if you get started and you put in the congregate while you're waiting to see if the zoning change goes through, and what if it doesn't go through? What happens then?
I think the congregate also possibly take a deviation from design. So I think there's two things. It's not just that. So I think if we were to move forward with this, we would be applying for any of the changes that we need. And our plan would be to start as those things get approved. But yes, I want to be very honest, and I will be discussing this with my board at our next board meeting, which is at the end of January. But yes, they're strong believers in the hybrid. And so they will want assurances that it is going to be that, because otherwise.
Before you put the shovel in the ground.
Right, because you know, her agency, it's very different than our agency. So we don't provide the services like that. We are in this because of what we do, which is permanent housing. And so this is a pathway into the federal resources that we want to bring into this property specifically.
So with the changes in, we'll call it leadership in DC, do you still feel that getting money for housing first is a possibility?
I'm not suggesting housing first.
Okay.
As part of the long-term plan for the Bremerton Housing Authority, we have some resources that bring in federal dollars for our public housing and our voucher program.
Okay.
Those dollars are, as far as I know.
Yeah, I know.
So,
okay. All right. Thank you for that information. Anybody else have any questions tonight?
I don't know if we're giving you what you need. I'm sorry. Is there anything else we can do for you before we close out your check? I mean,
Here's a suggestion. The public hopefully is sending emails to all of us. The people who are really interested, watch tonight or they're gonna watch soon. And we should be getting a lot of input, I would think, before we meet again.
but are we gonna have an agenda item or something? I mean, I wondering what's the rest of the process, what's it gonna look
I
like?
think we need an agenda item. I mean,
No.
sorry, an agenda item, yes, it can be on our agenda.
Yeah.
Well, we don't need
A bill.
a
right?
bill,
Yeah.
like a agenda bill or a motion or that kind of
Mhm.
stuff. We can set aside time to do something. We could do a public
Like in a
hearing.
study session or something
Yes.
like this.
Mhm.
But what would we be asked, what would we be deciding on then?
And that's where I'm unclear from, just to like, and again, yes, I've been here 2 weeks. Thank you. Okay, but
Get with
in
the
my
program,
2
lady.
weeks, with this, it sounds to me like you guys have reached a fork in the road. You've done all of the background, everything that you can do at this moment, and it's kind of reaching that yes, no, do we continue? And so in that, it becomes the yes, no, do we continue with all of this? And to be perfectly honest, with having a voice that's only been here 2 weeks, I don't know what I would be agreeing yes to, because there's those 4 bullet point items that we have that's, you know, the very clear ask. But I don't know what that means if I said yes, because it seems like bullet point 1 is the vision, which everybody knows it's a problem. And who wouldn't want something like this? It's an amazing campus. So like, who doesn't say yes to the vision of it? The second one is a monetary ask. I don't know what I would be agreeing to with that because it needs to be a tangible monetary because we don't have any buckets of money in the current budget that we have for 2026 that would be discretionary funds, if you will, or something that we can move, we can pivot. So if we know we don't have those for 2026 and we don't actually know what's being asked, I think it's a disservice for me to weigh in on something and say, absolutely yes, because there are people listening. There are people in the room right now that this is not it's not a tangible idea. Like they have a need. They have this need right now. So if we are voicing that we're making promises here, I would hope that people can stand behind that. And I don't know, like I said, if this is a yes, no moment, fork in the road for all of us at this moment, I don't even know what I would be agreeing yes to. So it doesn't seem like, when we have an ask, like what is the absolute ask because we've reached yes, no in life. Because you've come to that, you've done all the work.
As a suggestion, I'm going to tell you, our boards are all watching this. We're going to be having these very difficult discussions with our boards following this. So that might be that answer, might be very quick. But I would say that, to your point, there's things that the city can do that can help and support and make this public and more easier process. Or to Denise's point and to Jennifer's point, they're out. They're saying no. They're very clear on that. It's helpful for us to know that.
I think that
If it was tonight,
it's the hats that we wear as a city too, and that's what Kylie was pointing to, is that some of those bullet points up there, while they may look like it's city council where there may be things, that's not actually our jurisdiction.
Sure.
And by saying absolutely yes, we agree with it, but it's not our wheelhouse, again, we're doing a disservice to people. Because publicly we're standing on a soapbox saying, yes, absolutely, and then putting the burden of the actual work and everything else on somebody else.
Yeah.
I guess, if I could, I just want to echo something that I think that was said, which is one of the next practical steps that could be taken would be to put in an actual application. Like that hasn't happened yet. So for this consortium, if we can put in an application, then the next logical step perhaps could be the community outreach that would be part of the process. And so maybe to make that kind of ask with premature in a way where if the application's in, the community out has a chance to kind of engage with us, maybe the law enforcement, the fire department, the team. And then after you hear all of that feedback, then at that point, maybe that's then the next logical conversation. I just wonder if that's.
So then have we not reached that fork that yes, no, like maybe there's one more step for you guys to explore?
Let me go. I think the next step is what you said is, can we get on the same page? Because we don't want them to go through that if we're not committed. But I want to back up. We asked them to come up with a plan. They came up with a plan. They presented it and we moved forward with it as a council. We pulled Mayor Wheeler's Sprung Shelter Oyster Bay plan. These folks are delivering everything we've asked them to do.
No.
Okay. I don't think, well, all right, roughly, I'll soften it a little bit.
Okay.
They're delivering the shelter model, because I don't actually know what you're getting to. But,
no, you do.
And you can't, but I think we need to sit down and we need to decide if we're behind this team or not. And if we're behind this team, then they can say, okay, we're going to start submitting, we're going to start that process, we're going to get the community involved, we're going to find out how to mitigate any concerns that come up and things like that. But I think we have to, I think the next step is we have to decide whether we're wasting their time moving forward. I think everything you guys have done has been valuable for the most part. I just think we have to have a conversation. Maybe we can carve out a little bit of time at our retreat or something. I know that's so valuable in itself, but that's my take on how to move forward.
You could take a straw poll tonight as well. That is your option.
I think
It's 8:20.
We have another big item to discuss tonight. Well, who wants to add this, like, for a no more than 30-minute discussion at the retreat?
No.
I am not in favor of that. I would like to see it in 2 weeks so we can receive good public comment.
Okay.
That would be my preference. I don't know about anybody else, sorry.
So did you say you want to wait a week for public comment? Did I hear you right?
I want to wait till the next study session, and I'd like us to see if we can get on the same page at the next study session. Is that something that other counselors are interested in?
Without the partners, are we going to bring the partners here again, or?
No, they got TV. They can watch this.
Yeah.
I don't think they want to do this
If
again.
a question comes up, shoot them an email.
You don't have to draw the Pentagon at chance. Yeah, that's much simpler too.
I think we all agree that we want to focus on a shelter in, in the coming year, whatever model that looks like. We're all going to be behind, something. So I'd just like to see it at the next study session for a topic.
Okay. Does everybody agree with that on council?
Yes.
Michael, do you agree?
I'm fine with that.
Okay, Christie?
Yeah.
Okay.
Doesn't preclude you from submitting
From
anything,
our
but
process, yes.
that was just my take.
Kylie?
Is there a way that we can get more clarity on point two? It sounds like that was pretty clear.
On what?
Point two up there.
Yeah,
Funding.
a dollar number. You can wait till next study session to come up with that.
We're asking for anything right
Well, ongoing.
now.
Yes.
Yeah, we have the
We are.
construction
No,
expense.
ongoing.
Yeah.
The city.
The sustainable operations.
To your point, we have been providing a little bit of money sustainably to the Salvation Army for security. I mean, a minimum.
No, not anymore.
Just for operations, but not.
That stopped, Jennifer.
Okay.
Sorry.
No, I know, but I mean, that's okay. Anyway, nothing. We got it. Let's talk about it in the future. I'm done.
2 years ago, I remember saying this. If this city council wanted to allocate $1 million a year, I said this. If this city council wanted to allocate $1 million a year, operating a shelter or whatever, we could do it. We could do it. We would tell the mayor, lay off 10 people or something. But we do have that power to ask those questions, and it's again, that we have to represent the needs of the entire community. So what do we get rid of in order to do that? And so it is really tough when we don't. I think the ask is $1 million, because that's what the ask was, and I haven't seen a pivot. I haven't seen any downsizing. I haven't seen any. I don't know.
Yeah. We could easily throw out a number, but we're not gonna be able to say the operations costs are gonna be this and this is our exact gap, because we gotta apply for CF. Our goal would be to apply for so much money that the city doesn't have to.
Yeah.
But the bigger thing is we don't know all of these things that you're funding, and we don't know what it's costing you or what it will potentially cost the city once the Salvation Army shuts down. These are things that you all know with the city staff. So when we said $1 million, that was the kind of gap that we're trying to fill. But if you guys are just like, there's no way we can get there. That's fine.
We heard
just
that.
like, okay, what could you get to? Is there any potential you could get to something? Is it 200,000? Is it, $500,000? What is it? Like, and take a look at that and say, like, if shelter is important to you and you have some sort of an obligation here, then what is those things? And so we could say, oh, okay, great, the city's gonna do this. Now we know we're gonna be going after that. But I think, so that's why we're saying we don't have a number, but we do think we're gonna need something ongoing. And so looking at everything in your budget, but back to the real ask is what you're asking for, and I get it, is we feel now like we're fighting almost with the city. And we're not gonna do that.
I know.
Like, we're friends with the mayor. Like, we're not gonna fight. Like, we have this to offer, but you guys have to accept. So that's what we're asking. We're not asking that you publicly go out and say, we're 100%. What we're saying is, we need something in the city and they have a plan, and we're not gonna fight against them. But yeah, we wanna go through the public process. We are gonna go through those processes. We wanna go through those processes. Joe sat down with with somebody who has shown up to our board meetings and who has publicly stated they're very opposed to this. We're having coffee with these people. We're doing this. We have a whole community outreach plan ready to go. We had to do the education piece. We had to secure the site, and now we go through the next process. Everything has been intentionally laid out. And we're not gonna fight with you guys. Like, you say you want us to move forward, we move forward. You say you don't, we still love you all.
Yeah.
We're gonna work with you.
I know.
BHA is out as far as we gotta follow our mission. That's what we're federally funded for. It's different for the other agencies, but that's what we're saying.
But we're not gonna leave.
Right,
Yeah.
they're not gonna lead, and, if there was a way that BHA can step in that furthers our mission, the board is gonna be on board. So that's where we're at. And yeah, we don't wanna spend a lot of more time spinning our wheels. We were asked to pause after the last meeting. Ann Williams asked us to pause. We paused. Had that not happened, we would be moving forward, but we wanted to respect what we heard. So we paused. We're still paused, but we're ready to move forward. So,
I think that pause came from administration and the council.
yeah, I'm just saying,
Yeah.
Ann's the one we were talking to at the time.
Okay. I'm sorry, Mary. I read your email and I misunderstood it.
Ann was talking with us
Yeah.
and asked us to pause.
Well, I think it'd be great for us to have a discussion at our next study session, which you can all watch and see what that's like. I'm gonna encourage people to write to city council, and we'll share those emails with you so you can be aware of different community concerns. And I think at our next study session, we have to say yay or nay.
I haven't asked for that though, and I did it, but we've been getting, like he referenced tonight, we got an email, just the two of us. It was not sent to city council that had to do with this issue. And I think it's important if all of us send them to Ann. So that we're all
Absolutely.
Getting them. Because we
Absolutely.
are gonna start getting things individually, but it would be really, really nice if we're having the discussion to have all at these things. So if we're gonna do that, if we can make a little promise to ourselves that when we get them, if they're just to us, forwarding them to Ann so that we all have this community voice, regardless of who they happen to talk to.
She also keeps, and in that SharePoint is all the emails, everything.
Yeah.
So we can always go there too, but we need to get.
Yep, and I don't think that it's on the community to know who to come, like who should be getting everything. If they, any one of us, regardless of.
Trying to ask people to send anything.
City council.
Yeah.
To city.council, so that it can be tracked and redistributed.
Yeah.
I really appreciate you all coming tonight.
Thank you.
Thanks for all the work you're doing.
Confetti.
It's what we wanted last time.
I feel like it's sad trumpet.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Hey, now we're gonna do something lighthearted, right?
Oh, yeah.
Don't for keeping me down here like a hostage. I got snacks. I got like, no.
Do you guys want a 10-minute break?
Yes.
Okay. I'm calling a 10-minute break. We'll be back at 8:40.
Did that while Michael was out of there. No.
Show me how to shut this down.
Oh.
Oh.
Oh, you didn't want to do it.
I call the meeting back to order. I'd like to welcome City Attorney Kylie Fennell. She's gonna help us with item A15, a discussion on public comment and public recognition.
Okay, I'll sit next to you.
Yeah, please.
That way I don't have to shout across the table.
Yeah, on her left.
Yeah. Oh, no.
We didn't know that.
You're not back.
Yeah.
Just got
So-
a dog.
This was,
Oh.
an item that we started last year. And, again, I think that, Rick and Chrissy are in the loop. If you aren't, well, tell me to stop and I'll back up. So, in the last presentation, we talked about the historic setup of council meetings. And these are, but when I say council meetings, I'm talking about the general business meetings that we have on the first and third Wednesday of the month that's set by city code. So, back in October, President Younger suspended the public recognition portion of the meeting. Public recognition is an open topic opportunity for the public to address the council of an issue of any concern. And we had limited those to in-person comments last year. We'd also, the year before, moved the order from the end of the meeting to the front of the meeting. So you're engaging in a process now that has been going on for quite a while, several years, and probably even before that, where we figure out the best, most effective way to structure the meeting. And this is just a continuation of that. And so we've taken a lot of action in the last 4 years. We've removed a Pledge of Allegiance, we've removed the invocation, and this is a continuation, I think, of a larger discussion of how do we structure the meeting to make it the most effective and to serve the city. So public recognition, like I said, is an open topic that has been suspended under our council rules by the council president. The city of Bremerton has also had a process where we allow people to speak on consent agenda, and then again on every item that's on the general business list. And then we also have public hearings. And so public hearings are portions of the agenda that's usually set by state law. It often involves planning that is required for the council to hear public comment. And we aren't able to remove public comment. And if you've ever wondered, well, what's the difference between a public hearing and a regular agenda item? There hasn't been one, right? Because we allow people to speak on each agenda item, we essentially have like a public hearing on every single item. And so John, my assistant, did a tally last time, and I thought this was really helpful information. I didn't understand this, but we were averaging about 10 minutes a meeting per council goer with opportunity to address the council and forums. Another thing that might be a surprise is that the 3 minutes is pretty arbitrary. The city council set it at 3 minutes. As you start to serve on regional boards, you'll find that other places use a different determination time. I think some places use 90 seconds, some do a minute, and some of them it varies. And at times, we have even varied it. If there's a lot of people, the president has taken the discretion to say, I'm only going to allow 2 minutes or a minute of public comment. And so there's been some variability on that as well. So the options for how the council can structure their meetings, you got a couple of them, and I'm going to give you 3, but there's probably more. The first one is what's the law?
So Washington is governed by what's called the Open Public Meetings Act. And you'll hear this abbreviation that we call it OPMA. And we'll cite this a lot. It has to do with when you can all meet and talk about things. This is what we talk about with a quorum. This is, you'll get a training on it if you haven't already. It's required by state law now that you get that training within a certain amount of time of taking office. And so under the OPMA, and this was amended in 2022, post-COVID, the legislature wants the council and governing bodies to get public comment. Before that, it wasn't required. And you get the option of either getting it in writing or getting it orally. Bremerton's done orally, but the state law says you can get it in writing or orally. And then the law also says if you do get comment orally at the meeting, you need to allow an option for people to phone in or Zoom in. And so you don't have to do that, obviously, if you're just doing writing. But if you're going to have people talking to you in person at the meeting, you need to have an option for people to call. There's no requirement in the OPMA for a public recognition portion. It's just that the people have an opportunity to comment before action is taken. And like I said, that action can be written, and it prescribes that you would set a time frame before, like in your agenda, like we are accepting public comment until, midnight on Monday or whatever the council wants to do. And so that is one option, which is in the legislature, that you can have written comments only. Then there's an option where you keep things how they are or they were before, and you just go back to exactly how it was. And then and who's not in here right now, also found some options where, we go back to public recognition maybe being at the end of the meeting. Those were the three options that we went over at the last study session. Mike pulled up for me the OPMA, and I was going to kind of like walk through what the law is. And so if you look down and you see the section where it says 4230-240, where it says public comment, scroll down, Mike. I think it's on page 30. 240. Keep going.
Too far.
No,
Number
240. Yeah.
240.
Pretty sure.
Way down.
Oh, 240, yep, sorry.
Almost. There we go. One.
I'm so glad I'm not having to do that. Like
Okay. So, all right.
Wider.
Public
There we
comment.
go.
All right. So as you can see on this part, we're the public agency, and we're required to provide an opportunity at or before every regular meeting at which final action is taken. And so our final action meetings are generally our first and third Wednesdays. We occasionally will take action here, and if you've noticed, those are times where we've taken public comment on that item. So those are our regular meetings. The public comment required under this section may be taken orally at the public meeting. That's what we've been doing. Or by providing an opportunity for written testimony to be submitted before or at the meeting. And so that's the other option. That's where you get, the or. And then this is where we get into how did we come to have Zoom, right? If the governing body accepts written testimony, this testimony must be distributed to the governing body, right? Okay. You got to set a reasonable deadline for the submission, and that's just makes sense for staff, right? So if they're going to compile that testimony and provide it to council, there needs to be a cutoff, and it needs to be distributed so that it can be considered, right? But so this is what section 2 is what I'm talking about. So upon the request of any individual who has difficulty attending a meeting, the governing body, when feasible, provides an opportunity for that individual to provide oral comment if oral comment from other members of the public will be accepted at the meeting. And so that's where you get that if you accept oral comment from members of the public at the meeting, you also need to give an opportunity for folks to provide it, remote. Yeah. So that's kind of how, and this was all new law that happened in, a change to the OPMA in 2022.
Could an option for oral be that they call and leave like a voicemail? Like maybe we have a voicemail box that's, just for people to leave.
I think that you would probably want to, if you were going to do that, I would say that you would accept written comment and like a voice recording or something like that, and that would be an additional.
If we did that, how would we disseminate that information? So if they called in.
When we get voicemails, you get them on your email.
Okay.
It's a file.
We could also probably have them transcribed or two,
I think that.
I think it automatically does.
And so, when we were talking about this last time, going through some of the things, to think about, is, why do people do one thing or the other, right? And there's so much variation. This is really, I think, council making the decision of how they want to structure their meetings and how they're going to work best and what they think is best for the community. And I can certainly, I think we've all kind of lived through some of the examples of what some of the challenges are. There is a difference in how some members of the public engage and use public comment periods recently than is different than I think the past. And then that presents some challenges. But the council does have some opportunities to always tailor what's going to be best for Bremerton and for the 7 of you. The nice thing about this is you will often hear about us talk about, it takes a really long time to make the change. This is one of those where it doesn't, okay? Council rules could be changed every week if you wanted to. And so if you make a decision to change the rules and you don't like them or it's not working for you, you can change back. And I'm happy to work on this with the council at any time. And like I said, it's something that we always are tweaking to fit the situation. So this is just what I see this as a continuation of the process that we always engage in and try to making our meetings better for everybody.
It's like what I was saying earlier, things change, right? Situations change and we sometimes need to make pivots.
Yeah, and MRSC and AWC has been providing a lot of information on different things, keeping up to date on that kind of thing. I haven't seen any tweaks from the legislature to this.
Not yet.
Not yet. I know. I should find out if anything comes out. But
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
When you used to accept public comment at the beginning of the meeting.
The recognition.
I'm sorry, yeah, public recognition. Often, I thought I used to hear Eric say, you can make an oral comment remotely if you previously signed up to do that.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Did not appear that in our last meeting had all those individuals that wanted to speak.
So that's a good distinction. So, and this is where I'm saying like vocabulary matters, right?
Mm-hmm.
This uses the term public comment. Bremerton used the term public recognition to be kind of an open mic thing. And we use public comment to refer to agenda specific comment on items that there's action being taken. And so we were exercising the ability to do the registration for the public recognition portion previously. So people did have to register with the clerk more than 20, it was like a day in advance.
Yeah,
if they wanted to provide an oral comment. And the council was not requiring that on comment. So it was a requirement for recognition, but not comment. It could be a requirement for comment. And so that's what I'm saying. I can present 3 changes, but we could also talk about them and do you can tweak the amount of time. You can tweak the placement in the agenda. You can say that you want to try written only for a spell. And
I can talk about a lot of different advantages to, you know, different options, but I'm happy to write it out however we want to do it. And all we do is we go in and tweak the council rules and procedure, and then you move to adopt them.
So I have some comments I'd
Sure.
like to make. After last week's meeting, it was pretty clear we have to do something. And that's why I've been asking everybody to think about when you could have what I'll call office hours. Like 2 hours a week where the public always knows you're available to talk. Like, I'm gonna use a coffee shop and I'm gonna be there for 2 hours every Tuesday afternoon. Everybody can decide how they want to do it. You could set up office hours here, right? And then now that we have our own city phones, people who can't come to see us at that time can text us or call us for a different time or location if they want to meet in person, or they could talk to us or send a text. Personally, I would like to see 6 months trial period where it's written comments only with a deadline so that our staff can send that out to everybody. And then those also would be published in our agenda too, those comments that we get, so the public could see what other people are asking for or their points of view on specific agenda items. So that's where I'm at with it right now. I don't know. I'd like to hear where everybody else is.
I would be okay with continuing what we're doing. I don't mind that also. I do make it wonder if we would be facing an empty room most nights, which in a way might offer a little. The issue kind of is like there's behavior that is super disruptive and disrespectful to people having to sit through it or for us to function. It's a business.
Or the people watching.
Yeah, it's a business issue, and so it's a business meeting and we need to conduct it in a business meeting. So I do think I would be okay with trying to pilot the written comment only. It'd be great if there's a way, I don't know, I don't want to put too much on staff, but to almost have them kind of put into one document without, Susan Smith wrote this and Bob Jones wrote
I would
this.
actually say that we do want to be careful about summarizing or anything like that.
The opportunity to filter, it should come through exactly as sent with everything.
Yeah.
Well, I just meant,
I don't want action.
I don't want the text changed at all. I'm not saying to summarize or anything. I'm just, like the email header and then the forwarding from that kind of stuff, just to, it could also, the packet could become
because
hundreds of pages.
So the subject.
And it'd just be easier to read. Like sometimes, if we get emails now and maybe there's something and then there's a response. And then there's
So one thing that
could be missed.
I think if we go back to, if I remember right, and I can check with Ann on this, going back to 3 years ago when we got record-breaking public engagement on the map that got published, right?
Oh, yeah, there was that map.
There was that map. I want to say that Lori at the time put all of those comments into a file, and there was
She
a link.
does.
And and there was a link so that a person could go to the link. And that way it didn't, what we had noticed is that then you're scrolling through like 500 pages of a lot of people forwarding it. And so it made it actually even harder to read. And so we could look at options so that then a person can click on a message and you can read it instead of seeing the big scroll.
I I don't want to miss something because maybe I thought it was part of another message. But I mean, I'm open to try it, even if it's the most clunkiest. But if there's way that we could
It's a real world example.
to pull it, put it together, again, not change the text, put it in quotes, but the, author, maybe even city of Bremerton, Bremerton
I think it'll just be a file that you click on it.
File in SharePoint.
To open it. Oh, well, yeah.
Yeah,
That could work.
constituent concerns, and then she could even put it by various issues.
Yeah, but,
Yeah, it would be by.
but she would still have to include it in the, can the general public click on these?
That's what I was just
So
thinking.
we had it before where it was, I want to say there was the agenda got published or the packet got published, but it was maybe too big to just be in the sequential order. Does that make sense? Like I can't, because we were getting, I mean, it was like 1,000 emails. I want to say it was, we did it as a link that then was accessed as a separate, like, I remember there being public comments separate from the packet because everyone complained that it was too much in the packet.
I think that's administrative.
Yeah, I think
you
it
and
is.
I think Anne can figure.
I just
it out.
kind of, I'm happy to come up with different ideas and put into however you guys.
Maybe even talk to IT, there's maybe a solution there that's available to
Yeah.
us. I'm not saying buy software.
Rick,
Yeah, that was very uncomfortable last time. That's not a reason not to do it. Okay, I don't want to. Okay, one, maintaining the status quo with regard to what I guess we're calling public recognition for now that you just can put that on suspense, which I guess you still have the authority to do. Public comment on agenda items. I just don't think we'll get meaningful information. We'll get meaningful things written that will help us make our decision. And I can attest to, on more than one occasion, as a planning commissioner, a public comment made me change my view.
Yeah.
And I don't know that I would have changed my view had I been cycling, or if that individual would even bother to make a written comment.
Well, we had
So I'm just thinking that public comment is valuable because it may be applicable to whatever the subject is we were discussing. And but I would limit the time, 2 minutes maybe, and I would make them sign up ahead of time. None of this, oh gee, I think I want to make a comment on that, because they can always submit written comments after the fact. We used to regularly get
About the remote comment.
remote comments. Yes, I'm sorry, remote comments. Because I think it seemed like last time, oh gee, I want to make a comment. It almost piled.
Well, and there's
a lot of
technology
them.
now, one of the problems.
repetitive.
Yeah, and one of the issues that, I don't think the legislature really thought through, or maybe they just haven't experienced this or taught, is that, it really opens up, like, a person can change their voice and they can have it, you can't require them to register. And so, you could end up giving one person using different pseudonyms and different voice modulations, multiple passes at public comment. And we have some ability to try to figure out if that's happening, but sometimes it's difficult and people have technology to try to get around that. So, it becomes unfair because then people are dominating.
But that also is where president comes in. So many of those comments were not apropos to the.
They weren't germane.
Or germane to the subject at the time.
It is hard though for the chair to determine, because even though it's difficult sometimes to find the link, that when you're listening to it, and I think Councilmember Coughlin actually talked about this when we were going to this, that similar problems were going to happen because the person begins to talk about the item, and then even if they start using or making points that are really offensive about the item, it can make it really difficult for the chair to parse out what's germane. The other problem is that we have to have consistent moderation of that. And so if person goes off topic, somewhere, positive, like commenting on, liking what someone's wearing or something like that, that's also not germane. But that's not gonna get the same reaction as if someone makes a personal attack. And so you can put the chair in a tough position of having to, really, I mean, you know, and there are definitely things that we can do about, a lot of, we could, have the rules up on the screen while the person is speaking. We can do a better job with crowd education, you know. And keep in mind, even if we went to written vote, we're still gonna have comment because we're gonna have public hearing. Yeah, so this isn't, we're not done hearing from
Are you
people.
saying at a public hearing, we would allow oral? Would
I think
we-
we'd be required
And then
to.
if we do
depending on
that, then do
statute.
but do we have to do Zoom?
Yeah.
Because I remember a time when we didn't have Zoom. Remember those
I
days?
remember that too. And so that's one of the things that happened with this change to the law in 2022. But the person would be required to register in advance to avail themselves of that option unless there was some sort of different statute. And I'm looking at Garrett because he's the one that often sets public hearings, but other people do too. But sometimes it's also with.
And I think they both have their hands
Yeah,
up.
Jennifer wants to.
Okay.
Hold on.
Okay.
All right, Jennifer, you go ahead.
Okay. Okay, to Kylie's point, what was happening at the last meeting is something that we just don't have the technological ability to control, which is people dominating and taking extra time by creating new profiles. And if they're in person, we can identify it. I mean, unless they walk out into the lobby and put on a fake mustache and glasses and come back in and wearing a wig, we can't. We can't identify people online who are taking up more time than they deserve. And we're pretty particular. We like to be equitable in our space and give people their 2 or 3 or whatever time. And then we let them know when their time is up. Why is it fair that people online get to cheat the system and get more time than other people? And the same is true for folks that are holding, and I believe in free speech, but y'all, when you're holding up a sign in front of the TV, like you're getting more time than everybody else, it's not equitable to the average citizen. Hold up a sign in the back of the room, but not anyway. Mainly, I just appreciated Kylie's point about the, double, triple, quadruple internet names, which we saw happening.
Okay. Are you done? Jennifer, did you want to
Yes.
add anything? Okay, I wasn't sure.
I would like
it's
to
hard
add that you
tell
all look
us.
fantastic tonight, despite this long day that you've had.
Thanks.
That wasn't germane.
Yes, not germane at all.
Look, you're the one that brought up the thing about appearance, and I didn't, what was that comment she made about the shampoo? Yeah, it was cute.
Yeah.
And I do use purple shampoo, by the way.
Well, good. Okay, Anna, would you like to comment?
I would, yeah. So I'm sorry I missed part of this technology. The proposal was made a couple weeks ago, I think, that even people who are doing public comment on agenda items be required to register within 24 hours. Has that been have you guys determined that that's not feasible? Can we do that?
You can do that.
Okay, so that's one. I think that would really make sense and would be helpful. Also, I brought this up at my town hall this past Monday, and odd people, former members of the Planning Commission, and a current member of the Planning Commission, both felt very strongly that public recognition was key to democracy. I suggested we turn the cameras off. Would that work? And they were like, no, people have to see their government. And that was pretty much the mood of the meeting, except I will say that one of the people who were protesting Enitai, remember back in December, came
Yes.
to the town hall specifically to say how ashamed she was of their behavior. So there's that. And also I thought Travis Merrigan's email was a real drink of fresh water. The proposal before us now is to just accept written comments for the next 6 months.
Well, that's what I threw out there.
Okay.
I don't think we've come to a consensus of a proposal yet.
Okay. Because, and this is my final thing for this go round. It's, Rick is making a good point, and all of us have experienced it, that you hear public comment and you change your mind. And for many of us, reading it doesn't have the same impact that hearing it does. So I very much like the idea of at least keeping public comment open and available. And if the registration and the requirement that you provide an email address or whatever, as Kitsap Housing and Homelessness Coalition does, I think that would knock down a lot on the non-germane commentators. Thanks.
So there's a point I want to make. Recently, we did a 180 because of a written public comment. And that was concerning the use of a specific word in the Parks Pros plan. And I think if that had just come up during comment period, I don't know that that would have happened, because we all read the email, we had a discussion at our pre-meeting, and then we took action that the resident requested that we take. To me, things that are written have more impact than just spoken word, because I think people are choosing their words more carefully and trying to make a bigger impact than somebody just, frankly, I think it throws off our meetings, especially, when you start off at the beginning. Last week, started off with personal attacks for everybody who was running for office. And that was a real fun way to start a meeting, and it didn't get any better, and it got a whole lot worse. So.
You can accept, right?
Pardon?
You can accept written comment as
Mhm.
well as.
Oh, absolutely. We
Well,
always
sure.
accept
You always.
Always accept written.
We don't have it in the same, process right now. I mean, it just has it on there. We would need to add, will be accepted until a specified date. And when, there would be some tweaks to process, but absolutely, you can do both.
Denise? I'd like to see more education of our community around the OPMA law and what it really says. Maybe certainly a statement about that, but and make it very clear and keep going back to that, because that is a frustration for the public when they're under the understanding that we have to allow it, and they talk about lawsuits, and they, and it just inflames everything. But the other point I'd like to make is I too have changed my mind on the dais after and sometimes I've been surprised at who changes my mind, but it has been changed. That being said, I'm going to say the same thing I said during the shelter conversation. The world has changed. There's a acceptance of behavior and speech that I've never seen before. Decorum, grace, professional communication. And that is something that we can respect as a council. And I feel very comfortable saying that by the time we get to business, I'm worn out emotionally. I really am. I have to, Michael has been through much more than any of us have been. I think sometimes as a bystander, when you see a friend being hurt, it hurts you too. You're impacted by that. And I have a job to do. I choose my investments of my energy very carefully. And I don't want to invest in that kind of vitriol. That's our investment of our time together. So respecting that need for the voice, I think at this time, I would, and that also is a communication. What we do right now is a communication. And I think letting our community know that we're going to insist on that is appropriate at this point. We've been abused. It's our meetings have been abused, in my estimation.
So one point that I want to make too is we've got numerous letters from people pointing out lawsuits against the city of Santa Cruz. And the state of California has very different meeting laws
Yeah, and I can
than
explain
we
that. And I
do.
think that, I don't know if this is what's going on, but it could be that people are consulting AI, and as everyone knows, it's, you know, it pulls in a lot of things that aren't applicable. And so, California has, I believe, a law called the Brown Act. That's their OPA, and it requires a public recognition portion of the meeting. And when people don't comply with that, or if it's improperly regulated, which has happened, you know, then they can be found in violation of the state law. And then if there can be First Amendment issues because of that open forum. If you hear us talk about open forum and limited forum, our public recognition was a more open forum. That's where we just wait until the 3 minutes is up and person can say whatever you want. And you might recall that we've even had people ask, when is the open forum? And that's when that's a California requirement. It's not a Washington.
It's not a Washington state requirement.
No, and that's the law we just had up on the screen, and it's out there. Everybody can look at it. And like I
Let's
said,
put it on postcards and mail it out.
yeah. There is, you know, what we need to make sure is that our processes are fair and it's viewpoint neutral. Meaning that you can't restrict comments based on, you know, for or against, or, you know, things like that. If it's an equal playing field, then I think that would be a content neutral, you know, restriction. And it is a business meeting, obviously. Like courts are open to the public as well. You certainly can't just go and speak and say whatever you want during your court proceeding. There's other times where people are allowed to be present, publics, you know, are present, but don't have a speaking.
Krista, I don't think we heard from you.
What?
Not enough movement.
I didn't do it.
We're falling asleep.
No, with this, I see the benefits. So in the last, you know, the only other meeting I've been to, there were 2 points that were brought up throughout that. One was that somebody's statements from the previous time hadn't been captured appropriately in the meeting minutes. And that can be, you know, damaging to people if they, you know, meant something and it's now in record and it was captured incorrectly. And so that would cut down on that. And that was something that was brought up just in the last meeting of like, this is a real concern. And I do think absolutely that's a real concern that if somebody is speaking on something that wasn't captured correctly, big problem. And then the other point that I didn't even think of until you were bringing it up was the fact that you are absolutely correct. If we are not applying the same standard to everybody, regardless of what's being said, tone, you know, choices of language, anything like that, if we're not doing it under the exact same parameters, then we are treating people differently. And then that's a very slippery slope of it becomes very subjective to, well, this offends me, so I don't want to hear it. That we can't
Then you do get into First Amendment violation.
Yes, and so that's where it's like, okay, well, that would cut down on a very real issue that we're having right now, but also can play in all these different ways. It doesn't need to be in the negative. It can be, like you said, everybody should be treated differently. And sometimes, including this moment right now, I take a long time to get to my point. And I will be completely derailed, right? If Jane all of a sudden starts yelling, is this germane? And you're like, I've got 3 minutes. I'm standing up on a podium. I'm doing the best I can right now, eating my time. Like, so it may cut down on some of that where somebody's nervous and and it is from sitting in the audience to sitting next to her last week when she's asking, is this germane? Which is completely in the right. It does kind of like make you go like, oh, is it like, oh, we're gonna get to the point. Okay, let me skip. And so,
But the worst of them say, yes, it's germane. And then they go
yes,
on
and then
to
if
say
they're
normal.
wasting their 3 minutes and they're not really getting their point across, that's not fair.
Yeah, I would say definitely, like, if we're gonna allow 3 minutes per item, that we definitely look at that time, the amount of time.
Yeah.
I know that there's been meetings in the past when we did have a lot of public comment where Eric actually gave some guidelines ahead of time, like, hey, this is your time to talk, but let me tell you what, as a council person, I'm looking for, I am for this, or I am against this. Let me know that out front and then tell me your reason, and so that I can put that into context and things like that. And then if a person only has a certain, minute or minute and a half or something like that, it gets to what's their reason why, or it focuses the comment so that council's not overwhelmed with information when we do have a big group or even a small group and just a lot of things to process.
So the other thing that I feel like, so we talked about public recognition and we talked about public comment, and it's been interchanged in some of this. And I think it's very good for us to be very clear with people right now that we're talking about the public recognition points of things, not anything that has abilities to, like we were talking about with Garrett, like that is, if there's something on there that you have the ability and the right to comment from the public and we need to seek those out, that is not what we're talking about.
So that's actually a third category. That's public hearing.
That's public
Okay,
hearing.
so there's three things. There's public recognition, public comment, and public hearing.
Okay.
And so public recognition is the
Free for all.
Whatever you want to say. It isn't where you aren't going to hear germane. The only thing that we use on that, really to regulate things, is whether it's promotion of a candidate or a ballot measure, because it's a violation of state law to use a public facility like our microphones and all of that stuff. And so that's the only real restriction on that.
Okay, so we've got that one.
Then the public comment is what you hear at the end of the consent agenda. So a person's going to comment on any of the items on the consent agenda. So that is the guardrails of germane on anything on the consent agenda, right? So that's your first public comment. And then any agenda item under general business is going to be a separate, it could be 3, 3, 3. So that person can 9 minutes, 3 minutes on the consent agenda, 3 on each of those. And then in the past, we did the public recognition. So that's where John got to, people had about 10 minutes to talk to you.
On average, depending on how many items were under general business.
So I think with.
So like if we had 5 items on general business, it'd be 15 minutes.
Okay. And I think that just needs to be clear. So it's my understanding of.
Like we're doing the wave in here.
It gets worse.
No, he's telling us it's time to go.
Yes.
Yeah. But with that, like what we're saying, so if we are saying that we would like to explore the avenue, which earlier was option 1.
That's public comment. So what that means is that at the meetings, if there was no public hearing set that night, then there would not be a portion of that meeting where the public would speak. If there was a public hearing, public hearings have like other notice requirements. Sometimes it's published in the paper,
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, that was my only thing. I just wanted to make it very clear because I've heard from us where we were interchangeably using
Right.
public comment and
Yeah.
public recognition. And it's, I think, really important for everybody's understanding of.
Yeah.
Can I?
Currently, public recognition requires somebody to call into the clerk the day before. Public comment does not.
Gotcha. Okay.
So
And
just to
Go ahead.
go ahead and finish what you're saying, because maybe you're going to answer my question.
That's okay. Go ahead, Jennifer.
And I'm sorry, maybe I misunderstood or misheard, but can we ask for 24-hour notice for public comment? Public comment, not recognition, online.
Yes, we can.
I like that alternative.
Okay.
If we were to continue to have public comment on agenda items in person, and we could request a 24-hour advance notice in the same way that we had been doing for public recognition, I could go along with this, because at least you would have advance notice
right? And we would be like, okay, counselors, we might have, you might be able to do that for us, Council President. Give us a little advance warning. I also respectfully would like to request that we have some kind of security in our chambers. I think that would help. I don't normally ask for that kind of thing, except in this kind of circumstance. There's, I just would like to know if there's a plan for security coming in the coming months, even coming.
Security on the back.
So how?
Why are you making fun of me? Please don't make fun of me. Okay.
We're tired. Jennifer, how would having security, and I'm not saying yes or no to security, but how would having security in the building change what happened last week?
Change what happened last week online, or change what happens in general when people are hollering from the back of the room and disrupting our meeting? I think that would have an effect. And I'm sorry, but it doesn't necessarily change things, but it helps prevent. I think, I guess this seems common sense to me. Is it not common sense for people that we should have security if we're changing things and things are becoming a little more volatile? If I'm alone, I'm alone. I'll just zoom in, dude.
There have been times when I have felt unsafe just because of the, I know this is my soapbox, but as a woman, I'm 5'1", and I'm not going to tell you how much I weigh. But we've lived our lives differently. And when a large man makes accusations and seems a little unbalanced, my trigger goes off and I feel a little less safe. And Michael has walked me down to the parking garage. There's we can mitigate that. I just need to bring that up. So I understand where Jennifer is coming from. I really do. I don't know. Would it prevent people from it? I don't really know, but I do understand where you're coming from.
Thank you.
Anna, would you like to comment?
I don't have anything one way or the other on the security, but I'm just making sure that I am on the record as also thinking that the 24-hour notification of the clerk before submitting public comment is a good plan. That's it.
So how does everybody feel about changing from 3 minutes to something less?
I was just going to make a suggestion. What if we just go down each of these little pieces, parts, including that?
Mm-hmm.
I was almost thinking of writing a list of
Yeah,
having
I was going to do it.
like an in and an out or a neutral or, but to that, Jane, I would say I would be okay with trimming the time down as well. But if I have a concern, it's maybe, I don't know if this is the rip the Band-Aid off and rework this thing, or is this going to feel like too much all at once? I also my other concern is I don't know what's coming up anytime soon, but I'd hate for people to think that we did this because we had some agenda item coming up.
Oh, like a shelter?
Well,
yeah,
yes.
or a bridge, or we've got a lot coming up.
I do feel that we would have the ability just to say, oh, tonight we're having a public comment about that, or,
I will say, maybe this is a good point, at that point. For special meetings, the PMA does not require the remote public comment. And so like if you had like a town hall, like at Oyster Bay to discuss some public works thing, or if you, in a park or, or a special meeting even down at the council chambers, it's the remote public comment.
Okay.
So I'm just saying, like, if the council, I know some places do listening sessions or other opportunities to provide topical input, like if it was a shelter, like that could be.
I thought we had a different discussion about that when we were talking about if we were gonna hold the meeting next week, I thought my understanding from you was that we had to have it Zoom and allow people
If
to
we have-
call in.
If we are taking it, public comment
In the meeting.
let me, I can double check about, I think if it's a special meeting, we can get around it, but I can.
Okay.
Where's
Do you want to
the
just
meeting
go
at?
back to the,
Can I just ask a question about the 24 hours? I'm just wondering if it could be, up to midnight the day before or something, unless the clerk,
Well, they have to talk to her.
they do.
oh, they have to call the, they can't
Yeah.
email the clerk. Okay, good.
I think sticking with that process, because we've been doing that.
That
one
makes
for
100%
3
sense to me.
Yeah.
Because they call by 5 or 6 o'clock or whatever, and then it's ready to go for the next day. So I support call the clerk.
Okay.
Except
about-
public hearings. Do they have to call the clerk for a public hearing?
No. I don't think so.
I don't think so.
Well, wait, why could we not ask for that as well? Because what's gonna happen is the same thing that people have been doing with our Judy visitor at public hearings.
But it could be a different legal.
Yeah, I mean, I will
requirement.
just follow the law if we have to, but we
Yeah.
can make it just be a general, I mean, I can
Okay.
take that
All right.
with it, because generally speaking, the council wants remote appearance to be prearranged with the clerk,
Mhm.
when possible. I think that. I would, so it seems like, is, everyone's okay with,
Wait a
it sounds like,
minute. What is called a clerk for?
that's the advance notice, the 24 hours.
For what?
To speak
On an agenda item?
on
Yes.
anything.
So we're not, or are we looking at going written only?
No, that's,
Consent and public recognition 24 hours ahead of time with the clerk, which is what we used to do with public recognition prior. Am I right?
Yes.
yes. So are people saying you want to allow oral testimony for everything remotely as long as there's 24-hour notice to the city clerk? Is that what?
No.
Yes,
that
from
question-
me.
Yes, from Jennifer. Okay.
Yes, if they register from Anna.
That's what we're talking about.
Okay. Okay.
I think it's, I guess there's the first, you want to go back to having public recognition, that might be an overarching deal.
No,
No.
I think that can be
If we
written
bring
very
anything like
easily.
it back, we need a new name.
Yeah.
Written
think
is
it-
fine.
Okay, so this is then just about public comment, and I think we'll just follow the law, and I'm just gonna keep this as one thing, they call the clerk 24 hours in advance for remote. For public comment. Yeah.
I like that.
That'd be on agenda items and general business.
Consent agenda.
Consent and general business,
Yeah.
yeah, so there would be 2
Okay,
opportunities, and,
but that doesn't that doesn't solve last week's problem.
well, they would have to call in advance, or they wouldn't.
Didn't they?
No.
Oh, because, oh, I see.
They have to get, yeah, they have to pass
24
through
hour notice.
Angela first.
No, well, it doesn't, I
You
mean,
don't have to state your name, like, you
Yeah,
have the
it-
ability to be anonymous and all of this. So
Yeah.
you could call Angela and say,
And-
I would like to set this up, but I would like to be anonymous, and they have every right to do that, and
Yep.
that is protected.
that's what I'm saying, it's not,
Can they
It's
be,
not foolproof.
can they be anonymous with Angela?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, they
And
don't have
that
to.
is an absolute protected, that is no questions asked, like, they have to have that ability.
And the person who made that call understands all that very well.
But I think
And
we
they're
can
looking
also
for us to make
Mhm.
we can also come together and change this. What we'll see is if this is going to be a problem, they're gonna call and we're gonna end up with 25 anonymous people and we'll know, okay, this system isn't working, let's come together and find a workaround, right? But I
being
think
anonymous
it's less likely.
No.
Yeah, somebody might just need to be anonymous.
Yeah.
Not everybody who's anonymous has ill
Nefarious.
intentions.
I was gonna say that shouldn't raise a red flag.
Sure.
Should we?
No.
You're right to be anonymous in this.
No, I'm just saying,
Why
like,
is it-
when it happens, we'll know, we'll come back together, we'll work it out again. We can change this again with our council president, so.
Why is it that Kitsap Housing and Homelessness Coalition is able to require pre-registration, but we are not?
I'm not
Like
the legal
pre-registration with a
counsel.
name and an email, I mean.
They probably don't have them.
Well, they're a they're.
Yeah.
They might not be
They're not
subject to
elected.
the OPMA, that it's possible that they're not, if they, and then it could be that they're not operating appropriately, or it could be that.
They get more than 51% of their funding from a government or state source. And
I don't know, it's hard for me to say why other people do those things.
Okay, fair enough.
Comment.
Okay.
I'll make you aware so that you don't get
I'm sorry.
I am such an
the written only. I'm not
not opposed to that.
I'm not opposed to it. In fact.
I'm really not.
Would that allow, so just a question with the written only with this for clarification, would that allow us to actually get the comment to the correct people? Because that has been
Oh,
something
yeah.
that, you know, people stand up and they have an actual grievance, but it never gets to the right people because we can't require all the city staff or anybody to be in the room at the moment. That's.
No, and I will say one of the advantages, just as a staff person, is that if you get the comment, so I think planning is a good example because sometimes their notice requirements require that people submit written comments by a certain point, and then they get a chance to say. And so, some of the best presentations we have are whenever we've gotten written comments in advance, and then those are able to be incorporated into the presentation.
Seen that.
You can do some research on the subject matter, find more people.
Get an actual answer.
Yeah, and so.
Again, you're conducting business,
Yeah.
you know.
Because that would be nice for community, obviously taking your time and speaking on something because you would either like an answer, or you want your voice heard, or you know, you're using the avenue that you know of in city council to try to get to somebody who you haven't yet.
Right, and that was one of the criticisms that I think a lot of people had about public recognition. If you go back to the study session we had on that, was that people come and they speak and they get this.
Yeah, we're not allowed to talk back.
Yeah, you gotta go, you know, we go on with the meeting and it's, it can be really icy and strange because it, all these people seem so nice if they're supposed to be approachable and they're just staring at me and.
We could, by having the advance, we could be prepared and then in our discussion, somebody could say, oh, and there was that person who wrote in asking about this and this is not the situation and like, and put somebody at ease easier.
Hopefully, the timeframe would be such that staff can review all of the written commentary and address a lot of those comments and concerns or, you know, what got missed in the packet, what wasn't clear that's creating a lot of confusion in the community, and so that that can be addressed. So that's certainly an advantage. I think the example about the term in the pros plans, that was just recent. Again, one of the, it's a hard decision because there's a lot of options and exercise.
Time for comment. How long do you, if we allow oral comments, how long do you think we should give people?
Is PFRC 90 seconds?
I don't
remember.
Yeah,
I thought that they were.
I think it definitely could be shorter. And, you know, sometimes there's 30 people, well, 30 times 3, you know, that's, you know.
And on
And
occasion,
you can
when we
always put limits on that too.
yeah, when there's a big crowd.
And a suggestion might be is when we recraft the rules and procedures, that we just give a caveat of, you know, 2 minutes asterisk. This could be changed, you know, up or down based on, trying to equity or
And keep in mind too, that not every, in the other cities that allow public comment, some of them do so at the beginning of the general business, and it's as to every item. And so Bremerton, I think, was what unique in allowing 3 minutes per item. And so do you see what I'm saying? Like, this was like, tell us anything you want us to know about what's on tonight's agenda. So they just had one public recognition that was limited by being germane to that agenda or something. And so, again.
So they call it public recognition, not public comment?
There's a lot of different words used, yeah. That adds to confusion too. Some people call it, call to the public. Public address. Yeah, there's a bunch of different terms.
It's almost 10 o'clock, so, do you guys want to make it this late tonight?
90 seconds or 2 minutes.
Right now, all of this is really just for your president's input, who has the authority under our general council rules to take action, as to the content of their agenda. So right now, you get to decide, and you're taking input from your council members, and then, and when the council makes a formal decision, and then it goes kind of a case by, it's a week by week determination. So we don't need to make it, I mean, we really can't take a vote here.
Right.
2 minutes, 3 minutes is a long time.
Yeah.
Is this a good time? One thing as I listened when we were going through this checklist, if you still did the following registration option, for people who have 2 cell phones and a computer, you're still going to deal with the issue of people who have a motivation to get on there as early in the docking process to what we've seen meetings empty. Just that's still.
And I would think it would happen even more because we've had this discussion and people have watched this discussion, so.
Yeah, you asked about how long, we don't really get public comment anymore. That's it, it stopped pretty much. Once they made it specific to the agenda item, and then really held them tight. I mean, beer, shut up. 1 morning, 2 morning, beer, shut up. So, and that's all there is.
Yeah, if you want to think, there's a couple of articles on MRSC, and I think I actually saw them in the presentation today in your SharePoint drive. I think they've done over the last year or so that goes over these options again. You go home and you have another. We're not alone, is what I'm saying. A lot of people are looking at what they did. I think when Anna, I think Bellingham suspended public recognition.
Yeah, I would say while I don't love taking away a means of communication from people with doing, actually being there or calling in, weighing that against the possibility of somebody's written word ending up with the correct person to give them an answer, that's something that holds a lot of weight to me. And so, yes, while I don't love the fact we may be taking away the ability to communicate in that mechanism, I do like the idea that somebody may actually get some follow-up and some feedback. And that to me is what I'm kind of weighing in my head of what's
paradigm shift.
Yeah, what's better for our community in that? Is it better to be able to vocalize it and possibly not get that information to the right person, or have a mechanism that may get it to the right person to get them an actual answer?
And currently the way it is, somebody can come up and even when they're commenting on something on the agenda, they can make declarative statements that are not true. But if they put them in writing, it's much easier to write back and say, like, well, you're incorrect because, or, I don't have to be that mean. It's like California has very different laws than the state of Washington.
Jennifer and then
I was gonna say there were two.
Okay. Well,
Oh my gosh, no. Are we talking about me? Okay.
Actually,
So-
Anna and then Jennifer, but
Oh, sure. Let me quiet myself.
go ahead, Anna.
so one of the things you guys all know, Michael certainly knows that I've been fighting for public recognition to be at a early time in the agenda for years. And yet I have to say, I think we're in a different time now. One of the things that I've heard from the community most recently at the town hall was that if we could institute some of those things we've been talking about, like have coffee with a counselor, or 3 counselors are in the chamber at 4:30 to listen to people talk to us, that I think that this would give people a way to convey information to us. It wouldn't be formal and it wouldn't be memeable, but it would be a way for them to actually talk to us. Because I think there's a case to be made for the fact that I agree with Jane, writing better than speaking, and yet I think most people are more affected by speaking than they are by a written comment. That was it.
Thanks. Jennifer, go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to just kind of highlight that sometimes people comment more than once in multiple forms on the same issue, and they're not saying anything different when they write us a letter versus when they come to speak in person. And I don't know if that has a place in this conversation or not. I'm gonna go with the consensus of council on this. That's where I'm at. So whatever y'all decide, I'm gonna support you in it. Thanks.
Jeez. Yeah. Well, actually, I decide. It doesn't go by consensus.
You can still vote on it though.
Oh, I know,
Well,
but Jane,
afterward-
you're giving us the chance. I'm gonna go with whatever you go for, council president. I'm gonna support you, and also whatever everybody else thinks is good.
Yeah.
Right. I will advise, I mean, I've shared the state law. There's different ways that it can be done. The council president has a lot of leeway that if she's already been given under the council rules to craft it. That's what we've been operating.
And this should not be misunderstood as the council not wanting to hear from our constituents. It's wanting to hear from our constituents about our business that we want to hear.
Yes.
So please, anybody listening, we do want to hear from you. I prefer to hear from you without abuse of me or anybody else. So whatever you decide.
So one thing I want to make real clear and put on our council webpage as soon as it gets updated. Oftentimes, people will come and make a complaint about either a staff person or a council person, and there's a method that can be done, which is much more clear if you put your concerns in writing.
I was going
Yes,
to say,
Michael?
too, I also think we just might need to maybe have a little information on our website that kind of says how to submit a public comment.
Yep.
Please make sure you say the day and the item number that you're addressing.
Yeah.
Because, because some folks have just been able to stand up and get up and talk. So we just might want to kind of help that process and state why we're doing this. And, one of the other pieces to this is not having, children or other folks like have to be subjected to offensive language and looking at us like, why aren't you doing
Why aren't you
something?
stopping them?
So it's unfortunately it's become a soapbox and it's been used against different classes of people and staff and people in the community and so if you want to put that in writing, somebody can choose whether they can read it or not. So
Yeah, I mean, it'd be helpful if they put in the agenda item and all that. Not everybody's gonna be able to,
we
but
could just be a little
at
bit
least
FAQ.
subject line, and they might have 2 or 3 things they want to talk about. But yeah, I think that's a good idea, putting that on our webpage, and Ann is gonna be busy putting that together. So,
Okay.
any other,
Well, your comment about office hours, I want to come back to that.
Yeah.
I know.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
A few people do.
It's a real thing.
Yeah, I have some opinions on that. So tonight, we're discussing just the conduct of the next meeting, which you will make the decision on.
no, the office hours was part of the conversation to make sure that the public knows that we're available to talk to, instead of, as it's been now, is they come when we have public recognition and they'll state some problem they have, and we sit there and we look at them because we're not allowed to talk back to them. So yeah, office hours would be part of this whole conversation, this whole way of operating, because we need to be accessible to the public in one way or another.
Can I offer, at least in this earliest stage, just say, and the council members are all looking for more ways to be accessible. I would have a hard time committing to being somewhere for 2 hours. Now, I might be able to say like a Calendly kind of thing. Somebody could
Book a time.
book a time or something like that. But I don't want us to overpromise something.
Yeah.
But there's also people who might sign up for the time that don't have the best intentions or things like that. And so,
well, in the short time that
That's when we'll need security.
I've had protesters in front of my house, like in my yard.
We have local legislators that are being targeted. We can't, it is a different world.
In my short time.
Extra careful too, because I have a day job
Mhm.
that I have, and there's an ethical, there needs to be a very clear line. I am not doing this task
Mhm.
while I am a state employee on state time and state resources. So it's really, really important to me to have that definite line of I'm doing this job, doing this job.
I get that.
That's not unusual. I was a school district employee, same thing.
And
Right,
my
well-
constituents have not been shy of reaching out to me and asking for time, so they've known how to contact me.
Well, that's good.
And now we have cell phones.
Captain?
I'm glad you're talking about this. I want to favor this, but the risk mitigator in me is,
Yeah.
I would say, you're talking about meeting people in person, other than in really crowded public places. I become really concerned.
Yeah, I'm gonna do a coffee shop, one that
We talked about.
heavily busy. Mhm.
That's a tough.
And it's also, this is an office too, that people can use.
Oh, yeah. I remember a meeting with Lori Wheat.
Okay, well, just think about how you're gonna communicate the best with your, I can't read that part.
Did you want to?
Oh, yeah, the ferry, anybody, and I was looking for Shane Holman's address. If you have any constituents who are regular ferry commuters
Yeah.
and having issues, they're looking for more of the public to get
Oh.
involved. So I know we recently got an email from Shane, so I wanted to make sure any,
Oh, I thought you were going to ask us to sign on as a council. This is the sign on.
oh, that wasn't the one I was trying to get printed, I'm sorry.
So we can either individually support it or
Yeah, you can or you cannot, yeah.
I'm done.
As in.
Okay,
Council report.
I think,
What about, Greg?
what about Craig, what?
Mayor's report?
No, we don't, no.
I don't get
no.
that.
What?
Okay.
I want to be spoken to.
Okay,
All right.
all right, I'm closing out the meeting for the night.
Thank
Wait,
you.
I
Good night,
have, I'm
everybody.
not good of the orders. Wait,
We don't have time, Jennifer, it's 5 of 10 here.
it's a joke. Good night.
Wait,
Good
that's
night.
my line. Good night, all. Thank
He's
you all.
not happy about it. Good night, Jen.